can begin whenever you're ready.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Welcome, folks, to our regular board meeting for October. And we have a full agenda as always. We also, as part of our meeting, have our budget public hearing, which we will step out, go into, and then come back. So if there are members here who are waiting to make comments related to the budget, can you please hold that to the budget public hearing? And if there are comments in general about other issues, you're welcome to make them at the regular member comments. I just have one quote that I want to read for my colleagues on the. Okay, that wasn't me. I did not stop the recording. So perfect. There we go. Something to start our meeting with. We've had kind of a intense few days. So this is something I thought it spoke to me, and I'm hoping it speaks to my fellow directors as well. A good board of directors team is one where ideas are flowing fluidly and where each idea is met with an initial welcome, an intellectual challenge, an expression of gratitude, a rigorous scrutiny, and a readiness for action. So as we go into tonight's meeting, I hope we can keep those little points in mind. The main thing being initial welcome. There are no bad ideas here. We're all here to listen and work together. So that said, if there is a motion to approve the agenda, we can get started.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you, Lori. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. We voted a little too soon. Sorry, that was on me. Can I make a motion to amend the agenda to swap item H and G? We're just changing the order. We're just moving the fee schedule to before the operating and capital budget. Is that okay? That's
So moved.
staff request. Thank you so much. Okay, now, Laurie, you're still good with the second?
I still second, yes.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Perfect. That was unanimous. Okay. And consent calendar, before we go into it, I think everyone's seen. Erwin, go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to move to substitute the minutes that are presently posted there, August 14 special meeting and September 20 regular meeting, for two corrected minutes for the same dates, which have been placed in the Dropbox and on the, I believe, with the board packet included. And so the later ones, which have been substituted, should be the ones on which we vote, and I would so move.
I'll second.
Second.
Thank you, Bob. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Are we
Aye.
voting? Sorry, guys. Are we voting on Erwin's motion or the full consent calendar?
Just Erwin's motion first and then the full consent calendar.
Thank you.
Okay.
And I'm an
all
aye
in
too.
favor? That was unanimous. Okay, now off to the consent calendar. So Jennifer, are you okay with it? Do you want to pull something out?
I need to pull off the other item, the election committee calendar.
Okay. Did you want it in this month's meeting or do you want it in November?
Yes, I just have a different motion
Okay,
than what the consent calendar carried.
okay. Are you okay if we put that in after the fees, the new item H, which is the operating and capital budget? Are you okay if I put it there?
Yeah, anywhere you'd like.
Okay. So then can we have a motion to approve the consent calendar, please?
Well, it's a motion to approve the consent calendar as amended.
As amended, yes.
Second.
So moved.
Okay, thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. That was unanimous. Fantastic. Going into member comments. Shalice, do you have anyone who signed up for member comments? If not, I think you have comments from Mr. Roundtree that he wanted shared. If you could read
Yes,
that out.
we do have members that signed up for member comments.
Okay. I'll let you go in the order you have them.
And so I have Mr. Roundtree that emailed first.
Okay. And I don't see Bill on my screen. Do you have him or are you going to read out his comments?
He is here.
He is here. Okay,
Yes.
go for it.
He, oh, wait a minute, he's just dropped out and he's back in.
Okay. Hey, your show, go for it.
Mr. Roundtree?
Okay, I'm unmuted,
Perfect.
you're-
Hi,
but I can't hear you guys.
We can hear you.
Bill, can you hear
Laura
us?
David's on, but I'm on. I can see all of you. I need a little help from Sean because I can't hear.
Sean, can you help him with his audio,
You
please?
can call me on 703-648-0276.
Sure. Give me just 1 second. Let me send Bill a message. I did not.
Okay,
I know you can hear me, but I can't
Thank
hear
you,
you
Laura.
guys.
we'll go on to Miss Laura David.
Okay, let me close out. I'll come back and fiddle with the speakers, and you can go on to another speaker.
Got it. Thank
Is
you.
that all right? Somebody nod their head, Sarah.
Yes.
Okay, all
So,
right, good luck. Boy, I
Miss-
love technology. I'll see you.
okay, so Miss Laura David also asked to
Okay.
speak.
Go ahead, Laura.
You're muted.
Let me unmute you. Laura, you're still on mute?
There
Yeah,
she is.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
We can hear
Okay,
you. Can
great.
you start with your name and address, please,
Sure.
or send it in chat? Yeah.
I am Dr. Laura David and I live at 10964 Harper Square Court in Reston. And the Harper Square Court cluster is the closest residences to the Barton Hill tennis courts we're thinking about. And many of our homes have windows, including bedroom windows, that are directly in the sight line of these tennis courts. And I pass by the tennis courts almost every day and at many different times and hours of the day, because that intersection is the only way in and out of our cluster. And along with my neighbors at Harper Square Court and on the Barton Hill area, we are concerned about the placement of 19 industrial lights, 26 feet high, creating some real harm to our community. Reston, as we have stated in the past, is a biophilic community. We're concerned about preventing noise and light pollution. We have a natural watershed ravine in this area with nesting birds and migrating birds. And the addition of more nighttime pollution and noise we see as a real detriment to our community. We think that the industrial lights coming through the bedroom windows will really disturb the sleep patterns, particularly of our many young children who reside in the area. And at least half the year, the few trees that are there are devoid of leaves. So there's really no cover for both the noise and the light that would come through. We are concerned about not only the environment, but really the factor that noise will increase, traffic will increase, and there may be opportunity for prolonged and inappropriate loitering and some danger to drivers as they go from very dark portions to very well lit, glaring portions of this tennis court area. I've looked at this tennis court a lot this last year as we've been considering this issue, and I must confess to you that I'm a little concerned about spending so much money to light a court when many times after work hours, early evening, when there's plenty of daylight, I really don't see a lot of people standing in line or waiting or driving in. The courts are often quite empty. And I'm sure we'd like to get more participation, but I'm not sure that adding the expense of the lights is going to increase the participation at times that it would be really valuable. I see plenty of space for people to still play and still practice well after they're home from work in the evenings. And can we justify not only the short-term expense, which is considerable, but the long-term investment in electrical power and maintaining these lights and committing future generations to the upkeep and the expense that may not be justified? We have 26 well-lit courts in 6 different areas in Reston, and perhaps by scheduling them better or being sure that our residents have priority in using them at all times, we can really accommodate tennis players. Now, one of the issues about both the lights and how long they'll be active into the evening and the use of the court centers around pickleball. And frankly, most of our people in Harper Square recognize how popular pickleball is. And if we could restrict it to daylight hours so that the noise and the traffic, which is considerable considering the number of people who come per court for pickleball, and the volume of noise, 8 times the general ambient background of thwacking balls, we could be well supportive of refurbishing these courts, maintaining these courts, and even converting some to pickleball, as long as play is in the natural daylight hours and some sound softening material is provided when the courts are refurbished to blunt the impact of the
Yeah, I'm in a
pickleball.
work meeting.
So thank you very much. We'd like to see that the lights be given more serious consideration before installation.
Thank you, Laura.
Sarah, I've got Bill.
Perfect. Go for it.
Hang on one second. Bill, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, you may begin whenever you're ready.
Oh, my turn?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Madam President, members of the board, I'm sorry. The system doesn't seem to be working for the second time around. Anyway, I'm Bill Roundtree at 1963 Barton Hill Road in Ruston. As you guys know, I represent the Barton Hill Road community, which is composed of about 47 single-family homes and about 100 townhomes in Harper Square and Barton Hill Court. And we wanted to give you an update on our position as it relates to proposed lights at Barton Hill tennis courts. Our position in opposing to lights is not changed. We continue to believe that lights and nighttime pickleball play represent a significant adverse impact on our quality of life, and that lights constitute a serious safety hazard due to disability glare, not only to our residents, but also to anyone traveling on Sunrise Valley Drive. We believe that pickleball play at nighttime with resulting high noise is a major disruption to our ability to enjoy our property. We have absolutely no objection to pickleball play during daytime hours with the proper striping for 2 pickleball courts at each of 2 courts for a total of 4, and the installation of soundproofing to reduce the noise impact. The number of courts is directly related to our ability to handle the parking, the increased number of pickleball players. We also support the refurbishment of the 4 courts. So in this day and age of high inflation and supply chain disruptions, looming recession, we believe that the first priority of the association should be to take care of our existing deteriorating facilities and not add new ones for which you even may not be able to obtain the necessary permit. In that regard, we have conducted our own light meter test at the Hook Road facility, since that is the lighting approach your staff wishes to use at Barton Hill Road. The measurements show that Hook Road courts are not in compliance with the zoning ordinance. The section titled Outdoor Recreation Lighting, 5109.4.8.1, limits the light level on Class 3 courts to no more than 40 foot candles. There are no exceptions to this requirement. The Hook Road levels exceed this requirement by up to 69%. So since the proposed system for Barton Hill is the same design used at Hook Road, any lights at Barton Hill Road would be in non-compliance as well. There are other sections in the ordinance which would also be in violation. Glare, disability glare, light color temperatures, shielding, that would not be in harmony with our residential surroundings. So we ask that the board delete lights at Barton Hill Road in the budget and reallocate such money to more pressing needs. We believe that additional pickleball courts could be added with soundproofing at the underutilized Shadowwood courts, which are already lighted, giving even more courts for pickleball use at substantially less cost. And the remainder of the fund could be used to cover the estimated 15 to 25% cost overruns for the Barton Hill refurbishment or used elsewhere at your all's discretion. So thank you all very much for the opportunity to speak. And again, I apologize for the screw up on my end with the communication. I
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you. Shalice, who do you have next?
Sean,
Michelle Kimmel had her hand raised, but it came back down, so I'm unsure if she would like to speak or not.
Hi, Michelle. Do you want to speak here or was it for the budget public hearing? Can you unmute, Michelle?
Sure. Am I unmuted?
Hey, yes, you are.
Yes.
Hi.
Sure. So are you saying that there would be an opportunity to speak before the budget discussion as well?
Yes, so we have a specific public hearing on the budget that opens, I want to say almost immediately after this comments. When we close member comments, I will open the public budget hearing.
Okay, and then that would be followed immediately by member comments again? Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, so in the
Okay.
public budget hearing, you will be able to make member comments related to the budget. Yes,
Okay, then let's do that. Thank you.
thanks. Shalice, anybody else who would like to make member comments here that are not related to the budget?
No, I didn't have anyone else that emailed over.
Okay, that said, I would like to go ahead to our next agenda item and open the public hearing for our budget. 3 minutes per person, 5 minutes for an organization. The comments should be related only to the budget. We have Lori asking how to raise her hand. Lori, did you have a comment for the budget or was it for the open session? Can someone unmute Lori, please? Hi, Lori, can you hear me?
Thank you. Yeah, I can hear you. Thank you all for being here. My comment was for the public
Budget hearing?
budget hearing. Thank you. Words sometimes escape me.
It's one of those days for me too, don't worry.
It's okay. Is this the appropriate time or tell me, Sarah, if it's not?
I just have Michelle before you and then we'll get to you, Lori. So I think we can say we've officially opened the
Okay.
public
okay.
hearing. We'll go to
I'm
Michelle and then you.
All right, I am just concerned about a proposal that I
Lori,
just.
can we hear from Michelle first? Because she had her hand up first and then.
Oh,
we'll come
okay,
to you.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. Michelle, go ahead, your turn. Michelle, can you unmute yourself?
Okay.
Anyway.
Am I unmuted?
Yes, you are. You know the spiel, name, address, and go ahead.
Sure. Michelle Kimmel, 1937 Upper Lake Drive. We on our in our neighborhood, we were just forwarded an email with a motion that will be considered this evening that would take all lake maintenance cost and have only the condo owners, townhome owners, and homeowners who have lake access cover those costs. If this is something that is going to be considered, it really should be considered with significant member input and awareness. And that simply wasn't done. And in fact, this wasn't even made public. So I'm quite concerned that a few of us know about it, but the board member who's going to submit this motion, I'm not even sure if he's alerted his own district. And that is just really inappropriate if you're talking about adding an additional upwards of $800 of an assessment to homeowners without even letting them know ahead of time. So I really feel like this is quite inappropriate and needs a much more thorough discussion and really should have had a lot more transparency. And quite frankly, it's incredibly disappointing from this board that we're not getting that. So I would like to just request that this be taken off until some additional work can be done on this, and it should not be voted on this evening.
Thank you, Michelle. Just to clarify, it was an email sent among board members, and I had requested board members to share what they were considering for tonight. And the process, according to our resolutions, to do that will include a referendum, which is a pretty extensive outreach process that we go through. So rest assured, we're not rushing into this. This is just a discussion among the board. But thank you for your comments tonight. I think we had Lori next, and then I see Robin has her hand up. Lori, you want to go for it?
Thank you. Sure. I read the motion, and I'm glad that you all are going to just discuss it amongst yourselves and then have a broader outreach and make sure that the community is involved. Because I think when you look at issues with the upkeep of the lake, you have to consider, and you're probably already, some of you are thinking of this, when the lakes are, over the next 10 years or more, we've seen the increase in the cost caring for the lakes occur. And that would it would naturally happen. But now that we have more people moving into the area, it's going to happen more and more. There's more trash, there's more people. And I love having people on the lake. I love having strangers. I love having friends, neighbors, and all of their guests. I love it when young people who move into the area figure out that they can bring their board over and they don't even live that close by, but it's a great lake for them to be on. That's one of the things that brings me joy, is to see people on the lake. My concern would be that if the lake owners were then directed that they needed to upkeep the lake, that they may feel like it's only their lake. If we have to take care of it, that now, those young people over there made a mess, and I have to pay for the mess they made. So I would be sad if it became a more separate sort of feeling between the population. I like having it very inclusive, and I think that would make it much more exclusive. So those are my comments and thoughts on it after just reading it.
Oh,
Thank you, Lori. Can you
can I-
send your name and, yeah.
Oh, I'm
she said-
sorry. Lori Zell, 1946 Upper Lake Drive. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you, Lori. Just to further clarify, a referendum would mean that those of you who would be impacted by this dues will get a chance to actually vote on this. And like Lori, as you correctly said, the costs have gone up significantly for this. And we as a board are, I think, struggling with the answer of how do we handle the rising costs? Do we open it up? How do we, lots of options, lots of ways, like you said. It's absolutely wonderful to see all Restonians use the lake, but how do we make this equitable at the same time being financially prudent? I think we had one of our directors, Margaret, with her hand up. Margaret, do you want to make a comment? And then we can go to two others. We have Robin and I think Murray waiting.
I do. Thank you. I would like to thank both of you for notifying us that internal emails were shared with the public. Completely unfortunate that we did not work together as a board as we should have. So thank you very much for notifying us of the inappropriateness. Thank you.
Actually isn't inappropriate.
We don't, Jennifer, I know if you want to answer to that, you can go quickly, but we don't want to go down that rabbit hole. Go ahead, Jennifer.
And Sarah, if you'd like to address how it came about, I'm happy to have you too as well. But I did email our legal counsel and ask whether it was public or not. And I also urged, as you might have seen via my email, that I thought that this should be in the public Dropbox because it is materials for this meeting. And I was told by counsel that it is not privileged. Thank you.
John, you had something you wanted to remark, or can I go to Robin?
Go right ahead.
Okay, Robin, go ahead. You're next. Robin Burdette. And can you start with your name and address, please?
Yes, thank you. I'm Robin Burdette. I am at 2002 Halyard Lane, and I am a deeded lake owner of Lake Thoreau. So I completely understand that the cost for everything has been going up. And while we are gripping with a very old system of which all the water in Reston runs in to Lake Thoreau and to Audubon, because these are actually storm management lakes, we also have to realize that these lakes are used by every resident in all of Reston. I have been over at Audubon and have seen people come from way up towards the Reston town center, the opposite end, to come and bring their kayaks and enjoy the lake. So if you are going to think about putting a deed or a fee to the people who have deeded rights to the lake, then you need to turn around and take that to a different level. You need to start thinking, well, then that means that nobody should be using the lake that does not have rights given by a deed. So we will have to close down Lake Audubon's ramp, close down the access to Lake Thoreau off of South Lakes and next to the pool. We will need to close down Lake Anne, where they are doing boat rentals, because as a homeowner with a deeded right, I cannot be responsible for what these people are dumping into our lake. I can't be responsible for all the people in Reston who enjoy these lakes all the time. I mean, we see their boats come in, and the dock over at Lake Audubon is filled all summer long with people enjoying the lake from all over Reston. So if you are going to only charge the people who are deeded in Reston, then you should only allow those people to be on the lake, and you will need to privatize the lakes. So I think that while this does deserve public comment and does deserve future investigation, and really, to be honest with you, deserves to be brought out into daylight for everybody to talk about, I also think that maybe we should, and actually I'm going to request that this motion be set aside and end tonight. Because if you are thinking that the people that have deeded rights should maintain the lakes, then they should be the only people allowed on the lakes. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Robin. Just to clarify again, the referendum process will go out to all of the owners who have or will be impacted by this. The next I think we have is Marie. Shelley, are you seeing anyone else? I have Marie with her hand raised.
I don't see anyone else.
Okay, Marie, start please with your name and address. And
yes, absolutely. Marie Schwartz, 1939 Upper Lake Drive. I'm Michelle's neighbor, and couldn't agree more with what Robin just said. Look, there are people I know who come from Vienna and Oakton to use our lakes. Okay, let's expand a little bit further from Reston. And is RA going to start monitoring the lakes then as well? I mean, they don't do that now. I know you're supposed to buy the appropriate stickers for your paddle boards and your canoes. I can't tell you, nobody has ever asked me to see mine in all the years I've used a paddle board on these lakes. I don't really care how this got to this place. I am just surprised that it got to this place without any of us knowing any of this. And so I don't know what you're saying, whether it won't be taken up tonight or it will be taken up tonight. I don't want any vote. There should be nothing done. There should be a discussion just with us who will be affected. You could laugh. Go ahead, laugh. But you don't understand us finding out about this, like, why do you think that it was okay to come up with this as a resolution to pay for the bills? Why would you think that it was okay that we would pick up the costs to maintain these? I don't
Right.
understand how you
Right.
thought that was okay. Okay, so maybe you didn't have a chance to get out to us yet. Maybe you didn't have a chance to educate us. But to come up with another burden that we have to pick up, where in fact thousands of people then use this lake, it's just not something that those of us here are interested in taking on. It should be a shared responsibility. And even if it's shared, then RA needs to get out there and really view and look at those who are using these lakes, these tennis courts, on a more regular basis. Thank you.
Marie, just to clarify again, the process tonight is we're just discussing if we want to even do a referendum. And without a referendum, we cannot talk to our members if we're actually going to go ahead with this. So we will absolutely, if this moves on tonight, will be a referendum which reaches out to every single one of the owners who will be impacted by this. So we're not laughing at, we're not joking about it. We are very serious about member engagement and outreach. We're repeating ourselves again and again here, but this is the steps followed will be a board member makes a motion. If we decide as a board that we want to take action on this, there will be a referendum, which basically means every single member impacted by this will be contacted and asked to vote yes or no. And you can decide yes or no. So Lori, I see you have your hand up. So go ahead, Lori, and then I have two other members who have to make a comment on it.
Oh, I just wanted to reiterate what you have said, Sarah, that if this even comes up on the agenda today, it would be a very initial step. There would be no decision put in place today. That it is way premature for that. You are right. The discussions among members have to precede any decision of that magnitude. And so we hear the concerns. I represent the North Point district, and we also have Lake Newport, which faces these issues. I did not reach out to my members yet, but I know that many of them are very concerned about this possibility even coming up. So please understand, this is the very first mention I have heard of it. It will get thorough discussion, transparent and open discussion before any decisions are made. And thank you for bringing your concerns to us.
Thank you, Lori. Shalice, I don't know if what the order and the hands raised were. Do you happen to have that?
I think I'm going to mispronounce this name, but it was Dasa's iPhone was next before Sarah.
Okay. Do you want to unmute? Dasha, you want to start with your name and address, please, before you go into your member comment?
Hi, my name is Dosha Qualls. My address is 1913 Winterport Cluster. And I just wanted to reiterate, I guess, the same sentiment that most of the homeowners had about this. It does seem like it was under the radar. And as far as the discussion of the lake, and I agree that that more, just like the sale or the purchase of the lake house, which I do not agree with, and I did not have any input into buying $1 million lake house. I felt like that was a waste of our Reston money. The lake is, and it goes back to Robert Simmons' vision of an inclusive environment. And the lake is for everyone to enjoy in Reston. And that everyone has been to all the lakes throughout Reston, from Lake Anne to Lake Audubon to Lake Thorough. And I feel it, as others stated before, it's very inappropriate to have this huge issue just left up to the board to decide. And that's all I have.
Dasa, can you pronounce your last name again, your last name and your address one more time for me?
Dasha?
Sorry. Sorry, it's Dosha Qualls,
Can you spell your last name?
Qualls.
And it was 19113 Winter Court. I'm sorry, Winter
One-
Court Cluster. Go ahead.
1913 Winterport Cluster.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go to Sarah, I just want to make a remark. I know, Michelle, you made a comment that I laughed and it's on video. The laugh was just that we've clarified it. I'm just clarifying it again. I apologize if it felt like I was laughing at anybody. It wasn't my intent. So we are if you have an issue with me smiling, I can try to stop smiling, but just wanted to put it out there. Okay, Sarah, your turn, please. Go ahead. Sarah McHugh.
Hi, just trying to unmute. Sarah McHugh, 1933 Upper Lake Drive. This question is directed to Larry Butler regarding if the lakes, all of the lakes are considered public access. And if they are, why are lakeside and near lakeside owners being asked to carry the burden of lake upkeep? And isn't this something that needs to be included in the budget for all Reston residents? Thank you.
Larry, you want to take that?
Yeah, oh, sure. I didn't know with member comments if we're, doing dialogue. So the lakes are not public access. They're private to RA members and their guests. So there's a distinction between public and private for RA members. We carry about $500,000 in the budget each year for lake and watershed maintenance activities. And I did not come up with this proposal. So I have the numbers, I think, but did not come up with a proposal. So I think that's why the board is having a discussion.
Thank you, Larry. Shalice, I think that's it for member comments. I don't see anybody else with their hands up. Joshua, is that your hand up from earlier, right? I'm assuming.
And I think Joshua put their hand up again, but I know she already had a member comment.
Perfect.
So that would be up to you if you wanted to engage in another one, or she can email me that comment and I'll forward it to the board.
Perfect. I think since we're running over, let's do the email. That said, if we have nobody else here for the public budget hearing, oh, we do actually have someone.
Yes, we
Jalal.
have someone.
Jalal, you want to start with your name and address and go ahead with your member?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you very much. Jalal Mapar, 2030 Upper Lake Drive in Reston. So I've been listening to this and I completely agree with all the comments that were made about the inappropriateness of this issue, the budget issue. I'm not going to get into that, but I want to raise this to the higher level. That is, I am deeply disappointed by the comment that was made by other board member calling this inappropriate for the community, for the homeowners to learn about this. I think this is the symptom of a bigger issue within the RA board. You are not operating like a military junta and doing things in hiding. You represent the Reston community. You have to share this with us. I understand and I respect protocol that this is an internal board discussion, but I'm deeply disappointed that the lady, Margaret, I believe, is really disappointed that we found out about this. What is there to hide? Why are you so afraid?
My disappointment is
Margaret,
that
Margaret,
finish,
I'll
please.
address it, Margaret. Hold on. Let him finish his turn and we'll address it.
Let me finish.
Go ahead, Jalal. Go ahead.
The board, I've been watching right now, and the board right now is not acting in the best interest of the community just by the way you are projecting yourselves. You may mean very well, and I'm very supportive of helping you in any way we can with the budget issues and so on. And I finish by saying, why is it that the RA does not reach out to the county? And with the property taxes going up another 20% this year, why didn't you reach out to them to get your fair share of the taxes, the tax basin, and bring something back to Reston? The board cannot be just inward looking all the time. You're going to get all these new developments with all the residents coming in who will not be contributing to the resident fees, yet will have access to all the infrastructure here. How are you approaching that? I don't want to do a deep dive into, you all know about these issues, but let me just say it in summary. Right now, I'm very disappointed in the behavior of the board tonight. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Jalal. If we don't have anyone else making comments, I think it's important that I set the record straight. I take responsibility for this. I wanted the board to function better as a team. And if there were directors who had motions that they were planning to make to allow the rest of us an opportunity to hear it and share it, I had encouraged my fellow directors to give us a heads up. If not, this would not have been in an email. It would not have been shared. It would have been in the meeting and we would have heard about it afterwards. In our board packet, we are talking about fees. We're talking about boat fees. We are talking about the members' racquetball, tennis fees, all of those. So that said, I encouraged board members to share the motions or the actions that they were planning on taking tonight, just so their colleagues on the board had an opportunity to hear what they're thinking about it. Again, not to say this is being discussed in the dark, behind the scenes, any of those things. The South Lakes director decided to share an internal email, forwarded on, but she did share with us that she was planning to do it. So nobody, in my opinion, nobody here is at fault. We're still going into the meeting to discuss the matter. No decision has been taken just yet, but we're very grateful for all of you for showing up here and sharing your thoughts. We are not taking this decision lightly. However, I do think directors have a choice and have a right to make any motion that they want to make. And we as a board can discuss it, debate it, and decide how we go with it. So please refrain from pointing fingers and accusing directors. We're all volunteers here. This is a very tough job. We're putting in over 40 hours a month at the minimum. So all I ask is please be respectful of the volunteer board here. Thank you. John, I know you had your hand up. Go ahead and then we'll wrap it up. Thank you. You're on mute.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to assure the members who spoke tonight that the proposal that they saw, we saw today or yesterday for the first time. So it hasn't been hatched, it hasn't been cooked, it hasn't been developed in secret in the closet and we're going to spring it on everybody. If there's an idea, and if somebody has an idea, we're getting killed with insurance premium increases on the dams, okay? People may not know that, it may not be obvious looking at the budget. So a director came up with an idea and shared that with us within the last 24 hours. That's how deliberative bodies work. I appreciate that this proposal comes as a shock to the membership, but I want the people who spoke tonight to know this train hasn't left the station. It hasn't even arrived at the station. It was an idea. And ideas are, as we said at the beginning of the evening, as our president said quite rightly at the beginning of the evening, ideas should be listened to, and your comments will be listened to. So this wasn't some great idea hatched in the back of a closet. It's just an idea from one director, and we'll figure out what we do with it. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, John. Okay, if we don't have any other member comments, I'm ready to close the public hearing and ask for a motion to go into executive session. Can I have a motion to move into executive session? That's our next agenda item.
For what reason?
Sure, Tony. Move into executive session for contractual matters, violation matters, personnel matters, consultation with counsel, covenants committee decision appeal 1202 Weatherstone Court.
Madam Chairman, can we also add to that to discuss and consider pending or possible litigation as a reason to go on executive session, please?
Sure.
And I'll second the motion.
Bob, you're
as amended.
That's fine.
Okay. Okay, so Bob moved, John amended, accepted the amendment. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Mike, I don't see you. Director Collins?
Aye.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay, we'll see you guys in a bit.
How do I do this?
Good evening. This is the Good evening. This is the Treasurer's Report for the month and year-to-date results ending on September 30th, 2022. For the month, I want to focus on two issues: the key drivers impacting the finances of Reston Association for these periods, and my projection of cash and equivalents available at year-end. For a full set of financials for September 2022, please go to the October 27th Board Package, Section K. If you have any questions on the detail of the reports referred to herein, please do not hesitate to contact me or the Finance Department for clarifications. For the year through September 30th, total operating revenue $4 million and operating expenses, less non-cash expenses like depreciation and amortization, as well as unrealized gains and losses on securities, amounted to $12.5 million. Total revenues are $1.2 million, or 23.4% better than budget. Of that total variance, revenues amount to 19% of that positive variance, led primarily by better than budgeted performance in recreational services of $279,000. Expenses account for the remaining 81% of the positive variance, led by cost savings and timing differences in salaries of $767,000 and service costs of $219,000. This slide provides my projection of liquidity available to cover operating and capital expenses through year-end 2022. The schedule is borrowed from Note 2 that you can find in each of RA's audit reports from 2016 through 2021. The top portion of the schedule lists all of the sources of cash available to RA at the end of each year, and I've updated the last column to include cash and equivalents at September 30, 2022. The middle section of the schedule identifies the approved uses of cash for which funds are allocated to repair, replace, or renovate existing capital assets or to acquire new capital assets. Also shown is the balance of cash whose use is restricted for reasons other than capital assets. The last section of the schedule estimates the net use of cash, revenues less expenses. So the result is, as of September 30, RA had $17.2 million in cash, of which $9.6 million has been reserved for RRF or CARF projects,
That leaves $7.6 million available to pay operating expenses at year end. The Finance Department has provided a forecast of revenue and expenses for the fourth quarter, which have resulted in a negative or decline or use of cash of $3.5 billion. So based on an average monthly spend on operating expenses of $1.5 million, I anticipate that at year end, RA will have just over $4 million in cash and equivalents, which represents over 2.5 months operating expenses before considering the impact on cash of the receipt of the 2023 assessments. This concludes my report for the month. If you have any questions at all on the financials or budgets, please do not hesitate to contact me. You can do so most conveniently by email at bodpetrine@reston.org, and I will respond to you as quickly as possible.
Hello, I'm here to provide a brief update on some Reston land use issues, and we are going to get started with the Reston Comprehensive Plan process. As many of you know, we had a task force working over the last 2.5 years, and its work is now complete, and the draft plan text can be found at the link above. This included recently many community meetings, including one hosted by Reston Association to provide input to that draft plan. Planning Commission recently held a work session, as did the Board of Supervisors Land Use Committee, and there were a number of concerns brought up at those meetings with respect to possible conflicts between the Reston Comprehensive Plan draft and the county policy plan, as well as with affordable housing in the transit station areas. There will be more meetings set, and we'll try to keep the community apprised of when those meetings come up. The initial public comment deadline is Friday, October 28th, and the county staff is currently working on their staff report, which needs to be completed 30 days ahead of the Planning Commission hearing. And that hearing is tentatively set for December or January, which would then entail likely additional work sessions with the Planning Commission, and thereafter it would go to the Board of Supervisors for public hearing, and that is tentatively scheduled for February or March. And those dates could be pushed, and we'll try to provide notice to the community when and if those dates are changed. As many of you know, Reston Association appealed a determination from the zoning administrator with respect to the process we would have to follow to put lights on the Barton Hill tennis courts. We had a BZA hearing on the matter, and that has been deferred to a decision-only meeting on October 26th. RA staff and Land Use Council did meet with the county staff to get specifics on potential reduction in submission requirements for that PRC plan and the process, which typically requires a public hearing before the Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors. We reported back to the board on that, and now we are waiting for the meeting on the 26th with respect to our appeal to the Board of Zoning Appeals. The Fairfax County proposal to provide affordable housing at the current site of townhome development near the Reston Police Station and North County Government Center is moving forward. This is a proposal to develop up to 440 affordable housing units and a new library in an urban context or urban footprint. It is on Reston Association covenanted land and will need Design Review Board review and approval. And we're going to encourage the county developer to engage the DRB at the earliest possible point so that they can be engaged in that process from start to finish. And just recently, the interim agreement was signed by the Housing Authority and the developer Folger Pratt for this proposal to go to the next step. That more information can be found at the link shown on the slide. Another large, very large project, in fact, is the Comstock redevelopment on the south side of the Wheeling Metro Station. The application was accepted earlier this summer, and thus far the applicant has commenced its public outreach, including meeting with 3 of the clusters listed here on the slide, and they're going to be setting up additional meetings, perhaps with Save Our Sunrise, as well as Reston Association and others. Interestingly, the county is utilizing an outside design firm, Dover Cole, to assist with this review. This is a very, very large project, and I think the county interest there is to make sure that it is done correctly for now. And it was also presented at the Planning and Zoning Committee meeting, and the link on the slide will take you to that presentation. One other matter is the county is going to be wrapping up its site-specific plan amendment process, and this is a county-wide effort where nominations can be made for land use changes, and that could be either a single parcel or multiple parcels aggregated together. And the nomination window is October 3rd, again through the 28th. This go-round, there are new submission criteria, which include a required conceptual plan to help with the public outreach, as well as the property owner's consent for nominations to be placed into cycle. And it's also, they've also requested a higher level of detail so that stakeholders, neighbors, and so forth that might be affected by the land use change have a better idea of what's actually being proposed. This, it remains to be seen whether or not there are site-specific plan amendments nominated for Reston. I think we'll know after the 28th when the deadline is passed, and we will try to get any of those nominations that were done for Reston out to the community so we can commence that public engagement process. And interestingly, the Planning Commission will hold a workshop after those nominations as they look to see if those site-specific plan amendments are in balance with the other planning priorities for the county going forward. If you have any questions about this or other land use matters, please don't hesitate to email landuse@reston.org and we'll try to get those questions answered. Thank you.
Reston Association offers many activities in the fall. This past week, the community had a chance to participate in 3 separate wonderful events for all ages. Our long-running Simon Cup, the 2nd annual Friends of Reston Fall 5K, and we also celebrated our 4-legged friends. Neighbors dressed up their pups for the free annual Halloween event at Brown Chapel Park. We had costume contests, music, pet vendors, and more for a doggone good time. All the pups were positively happy to be treated to biscuits and canine coolers, and not to mention, their humans enjoyed a cozy yappy hour. Reston has been hosting the Simon Cup tennis tournament almost every year since 1966. This wonderful event, named after Reston's founder, Robert E. Simon Jr., has draws for advanced beginners from 3.0 to 3.5, intermediate to advanced from 4.0 to 4.5, both for singles and doubles. These ratings are determined by the USTA National Tennis Rating Program and are there to make sure tennis players have a chance to compete. And we're also very proud of 3 of our tennis pros, Michael, Elizabeth, and Tyler. Each won different sections of their division. And lastly, a great event, the annual Friends of Reston Fall 5K, was a huge success. This wonderful community event, winding along Reston's picturesque trails, started and completed at Browns Chapel Recreation Area. This year, with 232 registered participants, we raised over $10,000. All proceeds from this event support the Friends of Reston's Youth Scholarship and Enrichment Fund. For race results, please visit the link in the description section of this video. We're thankful to have had again another great showing of support for this wonderful cause, and the weather wasn't bad either. We look forward to seeing all of you, our friends, here in Reston, joining us again next year. Friends of Reston is a 501c3 that supports the Reston Association with charitable, scientific, and educational projects. We look forward to seeing you again at all of these events next year. To find out about other great events like these, please visit reston.org and click on the activities guide for other events coming up throughout the season.
Hi, I'm Nate Wheeler, Aquatics Facility Manager for Reston Association. With 13 open pools and over 200 staff members, we had a fantastic 2022 season. At one of our pools, 4 of our lifeguards actively saved a patron's life. When the call to action came, they did an amazing job, one in which they were trained to do. And they were recognized by Fairfax County for their active heroism. Our aquatics maintenance staff is currently working on winterizing the pool facilities and the pools themselves. We'll be back at it again in April to get the pools opened up for the 2023 season. Can't wait to see you guys back at our beautiful pools again.
My name is Ramon Pardo. I grew up in Reston and I've lived here on Lake Ann Plaza for about 25 years. We kicked off the first annual Reggae on the Lake Fest and it was tremendous. We just did it this month and we had a great turnout. It was close to 5,000 people. Caribbean music has some variation. There's Calypso. We had a Calypso band and they're from Trinidad and Tobago. The other bands were strictly roots reggae, which is the old traditional style of reggae. One of them actually came from DC. They had a mix of go-go music and reggae. The crowd loved it. Yeah, Reston, is comprised of a diverse community, and reggae music appeals to everyone. So we had kids' activities. We saw people that were dancing 80 years old, and we saw dancing kids that were 3 and 4 years old. It wouldn't have happened without our volunteers and our sponsors. So we really, really appreciate everybody that helped us out, including Reston Association. We want to invite you out to the second annual Reggae on the Lake Festival, which will be September 9th, 2023.
Hi, my name is Austin Mayhew, Capital Projects Manager with Reston Association. And today I want to give you an update on the Lake Thoreau facility renovation project. Demolition included removing the concrete deck, the pool shell. The spa is completely gone from here and the wading pool is gone from up top. All that material has been brought off site and now we're on the regrading process. This pad here is being graded so high to prepare for caisson installments down here. Caissons are basically what are going to be the foundation for our new wooden deck overlooking Lake Thoreau. The other things to consider that will be done soon are a new stormwater pipe will be laid across the parking lot to the existing storm structure, which will be replaced with a new structure as the parking lot comes up. After that process, they will form and pour new retaining walls around the site since the site's elevated and there's a lot more dirt. You can expect contractors to be on site working from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. Monday through Friday for about the next year. In the next coming months, we anticipate machinery still coming through the site, which will make noise. We appreciate your patience, and we can't wait to see this wonderful new facility open up next summer. For more information, please visit the Capital Projects page at reston.org or email us at capitalprojects@reston.org.
Recently, the Reston Comprehensive Plan Task Force adopted its final version of its draft comprehensive plan for Reston. And today I got John Moody. Welcome.
Good to see you
Good to
again,
see
Larry.
you. John has been working on this very diligently for a long time as RA's task force representative and I as the alternate. And we're here today to talk about the next steps in the process. As many Restonians know, the Reston Comprehensive Plan Task Force has been hard at work for over 2 years updating Reston's master plan. The task force, which includes Reston citizens, property owners and their representatives, and community organization representatives, has been reviewing the prior plan adopted in 2014 and 2015.
Madam Chair, you're in open session.
Trying to unmute myself. Shalice, can you take us back into breakout room, please? Thank you. Recently, the Reston Comprehensive Plan Task Force adopted its final version of its draft comprehensive plan for Reston. And today I got John Moody. Welcome.
Good to see you
Good to
again,
see
Larry.
you. John has been working on this very diligently for a long time as RA's task force representative and I as the alternate. And we're here today to talk about the next steps in the process. As many Restonians know, the Reston Comprehensive Plan Task Force has been hard at work for over 2 years updating Reston's master plan. The task force, which includes Reston citizens, property owners and their representatives, and community organization representatives, has been reviewing the prior plan adopted in 2014 and 2015. The goal is to produce a new plan that is reflective of the community's broad interests across many topics.
Those topics include land use and infrastructure, transportation, parks and recreation, environmental stewardship, affordable housing, community health and equity, and others. As the comprehensive plan is a guide for new and redevelopment, as well as community investment and reinvestment, it's important that Restonians voice their support or lack of it for those parts of the plan in which they are interested.
In the coming weeks, there will be many opportunities to voice your opinions or concerns regarding the draft plan. It is important for as many of you as possible to take advantage of these opportunities, as this is a very important part of the process. We will provide notice of each of these opportunities once the dates and times are finalized.
I think that making it a priority for new development to be a part of the Reston Association and part of the fees is very important.
It would make sense
that as new development comes in, that they also contribute and help maintain what we all enjoy, which is the beauty of the pathways, the pools, and all the other amenities that Reston provides for the community.
For this area, yes, we have adequate facilities, but if we're going to open it up to all those high rises and that are going in down by the toll road, then no, we would need more facilities in that direction.
The pools aren't overcrowded. We're at a good spot right now, but if we overdevelop, I don't want to look like in 10, 15 years, downtown Silver Spring. I don't want to look like downtown DC. I don't want to look like a metropolitan city.
As one of the first and best examples of a planned community in the nation, many Reston Association facilities are freely available to all, including non-members. RA provides parks, recreation, and amenities such as pools, tennis courts, multipurpose courts, playgrounds, trails, and other recreational open spaces. The association repairs and replaces the capital facilities through its annual operating and capital budgets. As a community, we feel non-RA member developments should share in the cost of maintaining and repairing those facilities that are open to the public.
At this important moment in Reston's history, as new development and redevelopment takes shape, we must consider all of the impacts of potential population growth in the community. To accommodate this growth, added capacity to RA facilities and increased maintenance costs should be planned through development contributions as well as increased RA membership. And to assure that Reston's future facility needs are well planned for, we believe RA should be included in the evaluation and discussion of all proposed recreational facilities by developers and the county.
We just moved from DC to Reston last year to kind of get away from overpopulation and more space and the quiet safetiness. We really enjoy the safety and the space and the nature here in Reston. That's very important to us.
I think it's really important that the county keeps in mind how many people they think are going to move here as they're building new things, and make sure that all modes of transportation, whether it's bike paths or the amount of lanes, I think it's really important that they keep that in mind as they are developing.
I moved here before the North Point Village Shopping Center was built, was a field. And I lived in that neighborhood, and I was so grateful when there was a Giant and a Starbucks and all of that. And it would be a shame for the developer to look at that and think about rezoning and putting up high rises.
I don't want to worry about underfunding in the schools. I don't want to worry about not having enough teachers, bus routes getting cut. There's so much that comes every time you build a big building or another apartment complex.
Our big issue is staff overall, and I think most schools face that issue right now. And if we had double the students, but a similar amount of number of staff, maybe a little bit more, and the schools aren't really big enough, we would run into a huge issue. So it would have to be a part of the planning process.
I do believe that at some point they do need to consider the infrastructure, the roadways, the common areas. You know, that's what people moved to Reston for back when I moved, is to, you know, have open spaces, playgrounds, places to just walk the pathways. All those amenities are what Reston was all about.
I think like right now, this trail is like super centralized. If there were more trails like going off too, like for example, one going the direction of Lake Ann or something, I'm sure they would encourage people to walk around more. 'Cause some of the little sidewalks right by the big roads are like, you know, not like the best thing to walk on. You'd probably rather drive.
The latest version of the comprehensive plan creates a scenario where Reston could possibly double its population. Now more than ever, we must recommit to the guiding principles that define our community. In particular, our village centers are the hallmark of our community design. These centers must continue to be easily accessible to our neighborhoods and provide the central commercial activities, grocery stores, and community gathering spaces that we all value today and promote community health in Reston. We must also insist that the comprehensive plan be based on accurate population projections and require that development and infrastructure capacity are planned simultaneously. This will ensure that our entire community continues to thrive as it grows.
And we want to make sure that future growth is handled responsibly. That's why we feel developers should submit plans for TSA properties for review to the RA Design Review Board to assure architectural consistency within Reston. As we see continued advancement in energy-efficient technology, require new buildings to be energy efficient consistent with applicable LEED certifications. The comprehensive plan should preserve and protect the innovative and well-planned, inclusive mixed-income housing planning principles that have defined Reston Association's neighborhoods, and continue to apply those planning principles to development and redevelopment, including reaffirming RA land use resolutions, those related to natural and recreational areas, including golf courses and other open spaces.
The clean air, the trees, the amount of trees here. We live in a townhouse on the Red Trail, the Lake Thoreau, and we absolutely love it. And that's one of the reasons why we moved here.
Of course, I do understand the perspective of business and getting people in and boosting the economy of that sort, but I think from the perspective of the charm of Reston, I think some of the development makes me a little bit uneasy, wary, just that it might lose that particular charm.
I don't want to see Reston overbuild. Reston, we have great nature trails. You look around, it really is the nature that brings a lot of people. I see a lot of bird watchers come from all over the world just to come here, and when you start overdeveloping, you lose that.
I am not entirely against development. I am against the loss of all that green space. I know, not only is it a golf course, but a lot of my neighbors and I use it as green space to walk our dogs and play with them out there. So I think the loss of all of that would be really sad.
One of the great founding principles of Reston was the environment, and to keep the environment and to make it user-friendly, if you will, to keep the beauty of it, to walking paths, bike paths, and not just have a great big naked field with all these high-rises in it. And I think you need to leave that, and you need to keep that in mind when you're developing Reston.
Maintaining and managing Reston's environmental health into the future is a key element that should be recognized in the comprehensive plan. Reston has been recognized on the world stage as a biophilic city, which is unique to Fairfax County, underscoring the need for developers to adhere to a higher standard of environmental stewardship. Reston's vision includes mitigation of and adaptation to negative impacts of climate change and should be included in all construction.
As new development and redevelopment are expected, attention should be paid to environmental impacts. All development should employ on-site water detention and green technologies to manage stormwater runoff with consideration for adjacent properties. Another key element is solid waste management during construction and operation, requiring avoidance of waste creation and appropriate management of any unavoidable waste. And last but not least, Reston's tree canopy should be preserved and enhanced by planting a variety of native resilient tree species.
I think traffic right now is already terrible. I do kind of worry about that now it doesn't seem like there's much being done about the traffic.
Wheelie Avenue now in the morning is like a traffic jam, because everybody's trying to avoid the toll road or, going down Route 7.
We're not dropping 4 brand new apartment complexes, building 3 brand new pools, and then talking about the traffic pattern, so that's my worry.
I very much like the bike lanes I've seen the last 3 years. They've been a great help to get around Reston. Could they add more bike lanes? Sure.
I'm from Florida, so I am not used to the level of bike trails around here, and I absolutely love it. I bike to my jobs a lot of days, so it's really great that there's so many places where I can bike here that I feel protected from the road. I really, really appreciate it.
Well, I think the roads are being left as they are. We're a much smaller community. And I think the intent of all these high rises going in was the metro, but not everyone's going to use the metro. People have cars. They are going to start driving all over the place, and no, we do not have the roads to facilitate that.
Transportation is a major issue to consider as Reston continues to grow. During project planning of any future developments, safety for everyone must be emphasized, and nearby residents, both homeowners and renters, should be consulted. Equity in meeting transportation needs must be attained for all, including pedestrians, bikers, drivers, and others. The impacts that transportation will have on our future must be considered, including significant capital improvements for our pedestrians and bicycle infrastructure. Traffic signal timing and road widths should not favor cars over pedestrians. We all share this lovely community
John,
and
we're
enjoy
out.
all the different.
Thank you so much, folks, for your patience. It took us a little longer in executive session because we ran over. Would any of my fellow directors like to make the cleansing motion? I can do it if,
Could you?
go ahead, Bob.
Okay, hold on just a second. The board of directors certifies to the best of each present member's knowledge that only those matters appropriate for executive session of a personnel or legal nature or contractual nature were heard, discussed, or considered by the board during executive session.
Erwin, you're seconding?
You're muted, Erwin.
Thank you. I'd like to see that amended because there were other matters that were discussed, including matters of violation. We had contractual matters, violation matters, personnel matters, and consultation with counsel. And so those matters should be included.
And deliberation and consideration of potential litigation.
Yep.
You're okay with the amendment, Bob?
Absolutely.
And you're seconding it, Erwin?
Yes.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Mike, were you a yes or no? Aye, perfect. John and Jennifer, are you a yes or abstain or no? Abstain, Jennifer?
Abstain.
Okay, so 2 abstentions, 7 yes. Am I right? Anybody else abstaining? No, perfect. Okay, the next one I have is move to ratify and approve the decision reached in executive session to adopt the October Legal Committee's report and affirm the decisions reached. Tony, can I also add to that to ratify and approve max credit card limit as discussed in executive session as well?
I prefer to be 2 separate motions because
Okay, we'll do it as 2 separate. So the first one is just the legal committee's report and affirm the decision reached. If anybody wants to move, or I can move, and if there's a second.
I so move.
Perfect. Is there a second? Thank you, Margaret. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. I'm assuming Jennifer and John, you're abstaining again. Perfect. Okay. All right, Tony, you want to help me with the credit card limit motion?
move to ratify and approve the decision reached in executive session as it pertains to the CEO's corporate credit card.
Perfect. So moved. If somebody wants a second, go
Second.
ahead. Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Jennifer, are you a yes or a no? Okay, so that was unanimous.
Sorry.
No worries. Fantastic. Okay, one more. I think we have moved to dismiss the Covenant Committee appeal for 1202 Weatherstone Court.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a
Second.
second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Again, we're unanimous. Okay. Then we've got the contract. So move in accordance with the association's policies on purchasing and procurement to approve the contract with Resurface Inc. in the not to exceed amount of $231,114 for paving services at the Browns Chapel parking lot.
So move.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you, Lori. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Mike, are you yes or no?
Yeah, aye.
Perfect. Okay, so all yes on all of those. Fantastic. That said, we're ready to move into the new item G, which is our 2023 fee schedule review. Mac?
Okay.
You can introduce the matter and then we can all discuss. Go ahead.
Thank you. Be happy to do that. And I'm going to call on some of our staff to help, as we go through some of this. There were a couple of items directly related to the fee schedule that the board has asked for some additional dialogue on. This, of course, will feed directly into your budget discussion that will come immediately after this agenda item. On this particular one, there are three specific, I'll say, topical areas of fees that have come up in your previous discussions. We've outlined each of those in your agenda materials. I think what we were imagining was walking through each one of them individually and have you weigh in on them and give us direction because they're different topical areas, and then moving to the next one. So specifically, the three things on this agenda item are recreation pass fees. Those are pass fees for members. The second category are non-member fees. And then the third category is boat mooring fees. So with the indulgence of the board, starting with the first one, relating to member pass fees, we've put a few options into your materials here this evening. A big question that may come up is, if we look at these different options, what is a potential additional assessment? What would that look like, and so forth. So I'm going to ask Laura Kowalski to do a high flyover on a few of those things, and then we'll be happy to take any questions you might have and ready to take direction so we can feed that into the next budget draft.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so we have in your packet on page 39, if that's helpful for passes. Okay, so we have, as you all know, we have member fees, which are inclusive of pools, tennis, and pickleball. We have non-member fees where there are more options. So there is the all access, there is a racket sport, which includes both tennis and pickleball, and then pickleball only. We did meet in September with a fiscal committee member, board members, and staff. And so the discussions were to remove the discounts from both member and non-member options, that member passes would remain at that same level as they are this year, and then increasing the pass types in the fee schedule that we had proposed in August. So staff recommended a certain fees, and then post that discussion, we increase them an additional 10%. So that's what's included in the current draft. The options that we've whittled down after hearing comments to be responsive is, one, there was a monthly fee option for non-residents. That is a possibility for us to do with RecTrack, but the assessment is still underway with Whitfleet to ensure that we can do that. And so we're just not ready for that discussion at this time. Then there's a discussion at the fiscal committee meeting most recently on a consolidated pass option. And that option is to have one court access pass, if that makes sense, and this is only for non-members. Remember, members still have access to pools, courts, and pickleball. This is just for non-residents. So removing multiple pass types, consolidating it, whether you play pickleball, you play tennis, or you play both. It's just access to the court. So taking a look at that, there is a potential loss in revenue because the pickleball passes are less expensive. So this is simply the maximum amount of revenue loss that there could be. We do not anticipate this being so heavy. Those that play tennis would still remain the same and would we anticipate still participating. So that's just the maximum loss there. The next option is to move to one pass type for non-residents, which would include tennis and pickleball and pools. So this is a potential greater loss, which we're showing here, only because what we have found is that not all non-residents recreate the same. So they may participate in pools or tennis or pickleball or a combination thereof. So that, again, is just the maximum range of loss. We don't anticipate that fully, but just to provide that maximum potential. So those are really the three options before you for consideration that we have heard. The chart down below, I won't go into a lot of detail there. It's showing what the current fees are. It's showing what's included in the draft, which I just mentioned above. And then just notes, you'll see included, not included. And then in red, recommended by the fiscal committee on 1019 is that option there. So I'll pause.
Thank you, Laura. And directors, I have two motions I know I shared with the board earlier today. We also have recommendations from fiscal committee. One is that they recommend we go to the non-member court pass, which is that middle option that Laura was talking to us about. If you don't have any other comments, I'm happy to make the two motions. Any other discussion, any other comments for Laura? Okay, let's go with what I have from fiscal committee. So move that RA have a single non-member court pass for use on any court to play tennis, pickleball, or both. Yes, Lori?
Can I ask, so I'm sorry, the option of a monthly pass fee is something we're just passing by now?
Correct, because we
We're
don't
not-
have the, go ahead, Laura.
I was gonna say, we're not prepared to tell you that we can successfully do that. We're waiting for Whitley to ensure, so I don't want to put anything in front of you that we're
No, I
not
got you.
able to
Yeah,
deliver.
and there would be a lot of questions about how to implement that, you know.
Correct.
So I have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Erwin. Any discussion on this? This came as a recommendation from fiscal committee. Laurie, you still have your hand up?
Oh, no.
Okay. Anybody else? Any questions? If not, I can call the vote. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Glenn, are you a yes or a no on this?
Aye.
Aye, perfect. John?
Aye.
Aye, perfect. That's unanimous. Thank you, folks. Okay, the next one I have, this is more generic to all of the fee schedules, since the comment has been we're increasing the fees for our members, but not non-members. So this was one that I, again, shared with my fellow directors today. Move that the CEO direct staff to amend the fee schedule to match the percentage cost increase to non-members to, at the minimum, match the cost increase charged to members. If there's a second, I can explain this a little further if you want.
Yeah,
Is there a second?
I'll second the motion. Can I ask a question?
Sure.
When you say to match the fee increase to non-members, you're talking the annual fee?
No. This is about if you look at the long fee schedule where we have everything from camps to classes to all of those, all I'm asking is that there is no increase. There should at least a minimum. If the member fee is going up $3, please at least match the non-members to the same to $3. Because in some, what we've heard is that you see the non-members not going up and you see members going up. So, and this is just peanuts. It's just a more policy thing than about.
Thank you, ma'am. I just didn't understand what we were tying it to. Thank you. That helps.
So,
yes, Laurie.
so it's not a percentage, it's just a dollar amount, a step amount.
Either ways, it should be the same. So if the member fee is going up by, I think I have it as percentage, not dollar amount. What would you prefer? Would you prefer dollar amount versus percentage?
Percentage.
Percentage works.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? If not, I can call the vote. Okay, all in favor?
Mhm.
Okay, I think that's unanimous, right? Thank you so much. Mac, if that helps you, I think we can move on to the boat fees. I think you have next.
Sure. So the next item is the permanent boat mooring fees. In our agenda materials, we gave you a whole lot of information about the different lakes and the boat fees that are generated per lake, which of course are based on size. So I think what I'll do is have Larry Butler give you a little bit of background on that. He's done all the research for you, and then again, be ready to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mac. Go ahead, Larry. Again, we have a recommendation from fiscal on this as well, right? Go ahead.
Right. So as Max said, we put a lot of information together just to kind of paint a fairly large picture of the permanent mooring program, as well as some other details that we thought were important. The fiscal committee basically said, look, it's much easier to manage a flat fee, which Ben Rhodes, our watershed manager, definitely agrees with. But it's a change for, obviously some of the boat owners. Some of the oversized boats would actually go down a little bit. But the vast majority of the boats we'll see, frankly, not too much change. I don't have the exact data on that. I was talking about this with Ben yesterday. So that's the fiscal's recommendation. And I know the staff supports that.
Okay. Do we have any other questions? If not, again, I have a motion. If somebody else wants to make fiscal's motion, go for it. Yes, Erwin?
I'd like to make a motion that the boat fees presently charged in 2022 be doubled for the 2023 budget year.
Okay, is there a second? Are you second? John's seconding it. Okay, and I know Jennifer had,
I'd like to speak to the motion if I may. since
Erwin,
I-
can Jennifer make her comment and then you can speak to the motion?
No, the maker gets to speak first.
Okay. Go ahead, Erwin.
I think that if we were to just charge a flat fee of $100 per boat, that would be an unfair circumstance for the people who smaller boats. And it would be an unfair also for those who have the larger boats, because they would actually have a decrease in the amount of fees paid. And our major thrust here is to be fair to the members. And so I don't think that's a particularly fair approach. It's a fair approach to staff who get it easier to manage, but it's not a fair approach to the ones who count, which is the members. And doubling the fees gives us a greater amount of money. It costs us to do these things, and it assists us in managing the costs that we face. And I think it is the best approach.
Thank you, Erwin. Jennifer, go ahead. You had your.
I just want to remind the board, and I've disclosed before, so anything related to lakes, please just be reminded that I am a member of BOPLO that is on the lake, or adjacent to the lakes.
Okay. Any other directors? Any other comments? Yes,
I-
Erwin?
Are you declaring that you have a conflict of interest? You're merely mentioning something doesn't make a
Correct.
statement a statement of
Correct.
conflict of interest. Are you declaring a conflict of interest?
No, I am not declaring a
I see.
conflict of interest. I am
Okay, so then we will not pay.
I'm providing disclosure as I've been taught, directed to do in the past.
If you are disclosing for the purpose of conflict of interest, you must so state. If you do not, then it's of no account.
Tony, can you guide us on this, please? We all know that Jennifer lives on the lake. We all know that Jennifer has a boat. How does this?
Yeah, if you could advise on how I'm supposed to word it, I'd like to word it, Erwin, the appropriate way, but I don't know what that is.
Declare a
Tony?
conflict of interest if you have one.
Erwin, let's hear from Tony. Tony,
I think Jennifer could declare it as not necessarily a conflict of interest in accordance with our documents which require to be a monetary conflict of interest. I believe, though, that this out of a preponderance, I apologize. I'm looking for the word. It's not there. On transparency, she's declaring that she is on a BOPLO, and while she may not have a monetary conflict of interest, she may have an otherwise type of interest that is not found in our documents.
okay. Erwin, I rule that we just move on and call the vote or have the discussion. We know she lives there. Our documents are clear that only if she has a financial gain, then there's, a
There-
conflict.
There are other documents which count, such as the law.
Okay. So what is the concern here? That she can't vote on this particular matter or that she can't discuss?
There are rules which govern how votes are counted and whether she can or cannot vote. And those are contained in the, what's the name of the law? It's the not-for-profit corporations law,
Non-stock corporation. Act.
non-stock corporations law.
And so what Erwin's trying to get, Madam President, with your permission, I think what Erwin's trying to get to is that Jennifer could not be the deciding vote if it was a
Right.
conflict.
Got it.
And,
Yes, got it.
and may I inquire, ma'am, Director Justuk, do you have a boat on the lake? Would this increase in fee apply to you?
I'm not allowed to purchase a green sticker and pay the fee. No, not as a member of the BOPLO.
Do you have a boat on the lake?
We have a red sticker that we have access through the BOPLO to be able to put our boat into the lake.
What is a red sticker?
Hold on, Larry, do you
It's
want to
a
just explain a
hand-
little bit?
It's a hand
Jennifer?
carry sticker.
Larry, can you explain a little bit, please?
It's just it's a general access permit that we give out.
Okay. Does that answer your question? Erwin, John?
So all I'm trying to get to is, does this increase the proposed increase in fees impact Director Juszczyk?
No.
And if it doesn't, then there is no conflict and her vote would count. I think it's a reasonable inquiry. It just needed some clarity. And I hope there's no offense taken.
Yes, Erwin, go ahead, Erwin.
She raised it for 3 issues, not just one.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I
Can
ask a
we-
question? Or
Yes, Glenn, go.
just part of the discussion. So the proposal is to double the fees for the boat access or whatever this is, annual sticker for having a boat on the lakes. I looked to Mac and the staff. If you looked at the numbers, like how much is that going to increase revenue? And how much would that impact the annual assessment if we're getting I'm assuming this proposal is going to increase our revenue for charging double the fees that we currently charge.
So Mac, you want to, I know it's in our board packet. I think if you doubled, it's 66,700. Go ahead.
Okay. It would definitely increase the revenue for sure. I'm going to look back to Larry on the exact number.
Yeah.
I've got the
Larry
link.
has his hand up. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Larry.
so the round impact is that it's about $1.50 improvement on the assessment. That amount, that doubling the amount of revenue.
$1.50 less.
Yes.
Right, yeah, then we would need to, from the assessments, correct.
And if we don't, it would be, if we don't vote for this, it will be.
So we have a recommendation from fiscal committee, which is saying turn it into just $100 flat fee. And Larry, do you have the numbers? If we do $100, I think it's like
48,300, which is an increase of $10,000, which is 50 cents roughly of assessment.
Right.
So Urban's proposal is like $1 difference on the assessment going down.
Correct.
Any other, Glenn, does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Margaret, go ahead.
Yeah, I apologize. I'm looking at the numbers and I'm just trying to, Larry, if you can assist the 3 different, or it looks like it for Lake Thoreau and Lake Audubon, there's 4 different, what are the different
sizes
levels?
You mean regarding the size of the boats?
Right. So like, Lake Ann, there are 3 options there that people, I guess, pay. Lake Audubon, there's 4. Lake Thoreau, there's 4. And I'm just trying to understand the difference between the 4 so that I can understand the charge of 100 for everyone versus double for everyone.
I'd have to get with Ben. I don't know. There's, it's basically a square footage at about, so it's width times length.
Okay.
So the larger the boat, the more you pay.
Okay.
Layout.
But I know that the lakes also have a maximum of what is allowed on the lake. Is that
correct?
Right. Okay, are we good to vote on Urban's motion?
Well,
okay. Yes, Larry.
So I have a question.
Sure, go ahead.
There's been a reference to the ease of staff billing if there's 1 per boat. I'm curious how much staff effort goes into deciding which of these 3 or 4, depending on the lake size classes, the boat is in. That seems a minor burden, and yet to make a uniform fee would be inequitable, I think, among our memberships. So can someone help me understand what the proposed burden is on staff from having multiple levels of fee?
So whenever I can handle that. So
thank you.
Yeah, we have, so to get to the calculation for the boat size, you have to know the measurement of the boat, and we rely on the owners to submit the size of their boats. There are owners who, quite frankly, don't know how to measure their boat, And so we actually have our staff go out and measure the boats. If it's one fee for all sizes, it takes out a lot of, frankly, measuring and double checking that there's accuracy in what's submitted.
Would we, just follow-up question, Larry, would we still have to make sure it's not above the maximum size, right? So would staff still have to go out and check that to enforce?
Right. Yeah. So whenever there's a new boat or a boat transfer, as long as it's not an oversized boat that can't be transferred, yeah, we would still have to measure, but the measuring, would go way down because you don't have to, you can go out and look at a small boat and say, well, that's going to be $100. So we know it's not 18 feet long. I don't have to touch it. We still do inspections though, because of the maintenance of the boats, because we have boats that are half underwater that we have to, start the violation process on. So we're still doing the inspections, but don't have to do nearly as much measuring.
I think Glenn had his hand up and then Arvin and then Farrell. Go ahead, Glenn.
Yeah, a question for Larry and the staff. There's good points being made in the chat about how well or how confident are we that we're enforcing all the boats that are out there? Are we 100% sure that we're charging the fees appropriately to all the boats that are on the lakes?
I'm 99% certain of that, Glenn. The only reason I say there's that 1% because I'm not doing it myself. But Ben is a pretty thorough young gentleman. So
thank you. Thank you. Yes, Erwin, then.
I think that the number of boats that would have to be actually measured or whose measurements would have to be checked are those which are new. And
Right.
all the others which have already been given stickers and approved and remain the same from year to year don't have to be checked again. So the amount of work that would have to be done is limited to those that are new boats.
John?
So, if the interest is to try and raise revenue, and reduce the work of the staff, is there any, appetite to, instead of it being $100, make it 125? And that would get us the money that Erwin's trying to collect without the aggravation of, having to go measure the boats.
Go ahead, Erwin.
The amount of aggravation, as I pointed out, is minimal. And the idea of not charging a single fee for all boat sizes is to be just with the people who have boats that are smaller. If you raise the fee to 125 for someone who's paying much less than that now for a small boat of $37, that is really quite unfair, and it's a big jump.
Big jump.
Thank you.
Okay, Mac, any last thoughts? Because it comes down to staff and staff time here.
No, the only thing I'll offer, because we really were looking at this through the lens of, the board has asked, should there be additional revenue potentially here, and what, how much should we charge for those sorts of things? So we've tried to give you all the information to make that decision. The idea to charge one fee did come up earlier, as mentioned, at the fiscal committee. And so we talk about, well, that's easier for staff. That's not the sole reason to do something. There's a lot of good points about, staff are here to serve the membership from my perspective. But I would offer, since there were some questions that were asked, if there is more staff time to dedicate to other things, there could be a benefit in that as well. So the flip side is, if you go to one fee, that does clear up additional staff time to potentially look at an expansion of some other service.
Okay, any other directors? If not, we can call the vote. Yes, Jennifer.
I just want to point out that we haven't asked staff to give us this information, so we're kind of shooting in the dark here. Fiscal, if this was something the board wanted to look at, then fiscal could have done this analysis for us, and
We did
have
ask staff to look at this when we talked about fees. So, and fiscal did look at it and give us a recommendation. So
Yes, they provided a recommendation, but we can't speak to how much staff time will be saved or not saved because we haven't done that analysis. So it's hard for us as board members to speak to it. And I would imagine it's hard for staff because they're being put on the spot.
yes, Erwin, last comment.
This is my last comment.
I have Bob, and then we can wrap it up. Go ahead.
There are 483 boats that in on the lakes, according to the document that we have in front of us. And I cannot imagine that you have anywhere near the 483 that require inspection for the purposes of measuring every year. That is simply not going to happen. You're going to have a relatively small number of boats that change every year. And so if you have 20 or 30, that's relatively small.
Okay, Bob, go ahead, and then we'll.
I'd rather have staff spend their time looking at, as one of our members mentioned, the number of dead boats that are on the lakes. Spend their time looking at that. Than being out there and worrying about whether it's 6 inches or in some cases less than an inch larger. Because we went through this conundrum a couple of years ago when there was a wholesale review of the boats, and it ended up just like it has tonight, where we have this very big divergence of views.
Okay, are we ready to call a vote? All in favor? Three, four, five. Okay, 5 in favor. And Shalice, you're making note of who the ayes are, right? How many noes do we have? Any noes? Okay, we have 2 noes.
Three.
Three noes. And any abstentions? Margaret is an abstention. Okay. Okay, motion passes. Okay, since this motion passes, I don't think I need to make the motion that fiscal committee recommended, since that's a moot point. So moving on, Erwin, I know you have a few other motions to make. Go ahead, Erwin. And we're going to wrap this up quickly because we are severely lagging behind in time.
I would move that beginning with the budget year 2023, all paddle boats, kayaks, canoes, and other similar small floating devices not otherwise registered and not contestants in the cardboard boat race be charged a flat annual fee for registration sticker of $25.
Is there a second? John, are you the second? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All righty. Any discussion, folks? Yes, go ahead, Jennifer.
Again, we don't have the data, and I live close enough to the water to know that there's a lot of boats that RA would have to keep track of, monitor. I would be interested as a board member to know whether they think that the fee that we would collect from this would be worth the staff time that we would pay somebody to do the compliance piece. And without that knowledge, I have to say no to this one.
Yes, Larry, go ahead. I know you guys track this already, right? Okay,
Well,
go ahead.
so the stickers that we give out are free hand carried access stickers. So a member who does not have deeded access, if they want to walk down and put their paddleboard in, they do it. Maybe they do it 1 day a year, or maybe 100 days a year. For us to really track that, that would be, talk about staff time. It's going to be really tough to enforce because we don't have staff at all the access points where people walk down with a boat. We do have dedicated access points, but we don't have staff to even monitor those. I mean, the one we have staff at most often is Lake Audubon because we have a pool right there and it's one of the most popular facilities in Reston. But the access points on Newport and Thoreau, I think this is a really, really difficult ask from a staffing standpoint.
Okay. Yes, John, go ahead.
Earlier this evening, there was a conversation about enforcement of non-residents using the lake. And that we do have somebody plural, that we do have somebody who goes and monitors that issue. Is this something that person couldn't monitor also?
Well, you're dealing about 4 lakes, multiple access points. You have, members who live in a benefited off lake property owner like Jennifer, who, might be 40 houses who have access directly over a dock. The paddleboard comes from their backyard or garage. They go down to the dock, they go in, come out, take it back there. And that's not even one of our public access points. So again, I think this is a really difficult thing. The other point I would make is that you've got people all over the community who are paying, some of this was in the chat earlier, are paying for the upkeep of the lakes. And this is the only way they get to use the lake surface. And so, we had made a decision, prior boards years ago, that for those people, we'll just issue a free sticker so we know they're a Reston Association member, but that was it. And so, so the checking we do now is, do you have a sticker or not? And that's it. But that's, that is not like full on enforcement, because these people are coming in from all different access points on the lake.
Yes, Glenn, go ahead.
Yeah, a couple of points. I think as well intended as this might be to raise additional revenue, we really don't know how many people are in this category. We're not keeping track of it necessarily. Enforcement of it would be extra burden. So I think this we should vote no on this idea to charge $25. I think the way Larry's articulated it is very well, and we should stick with that.
Erwin, can I make one point and then I'll come to you?
Okay.
Just,
Go ahead.
I know we rarely, we do have a count. We have a count of 85 for general access for 2022. My question is, why do the stickers at all? Is there a reason behind why we're doing these stickers? If we're not tracking it, it takes more staff time. We're printing stickers. If our whole intent is to make the lakes equitable and have everybody in Reston use the lakes and enjoy the lakes, why are we doing stickers? Just my question for me. Yes, Larry, go ahead.
So we only issue stickers to RA members. So on those times when we do enforce down at Lake Audubon boat ramp, whether it's a paddleboard or John boat or something, if they don't have a sticker, they've got to prove their membership or we kick them out. And at the other access points, but less frequently there, because those are not as accessible. But they are provided to RA members only.
Okay. So for me, where I stand is like, I don't know if 25 is the right amount, but there should be some charge if we're doing the stickers. I will be fully in support if we don't do the stickers and left it open because we're not enforcing it. But go ahead. I think Erwin had his hand up and then Jennifer. Go ahead, Erwin.
On what basis do you, or how do you hand out the stickers?
We have a facility monitor in the summer, or somebody comes in and Sandy Bears had been doing that and now Ben's doing it. So they come in and show proof of residency.
And then you hand them the sticker.
Hand them the sticker.
And why can't you collect the money in the same time?
Because they're not all done the same way. And the other thing is there's probably hundreds of stickers out there already. And so now you've got new people coming in and say, oh, now I used to be free and now I got to pay $25.
The sticker is without any deadline. It's not renewed every year. It's
correct.
I see. It's a forever sticker.
It is a forever sticker as long as you're a member. Yep.
Okay, we have Jennifer and then Glenn, and then we're going to vote on this and move on. Yes, Jennifer, go ahead.
I have to think a little bit more about the no stickers. I'm not for compliance of something that we're not necessarily tracking, but from experience, I will say sometimes there have been hand carry boats that kind of blow away, and we are able to kind of call RA or abandoned that have red stickers, which is more likely the case. And we're able to call RA and kind of track back to the owner and then take care of it from there. So that has been a helpful tool. But yeah, I kind of on the fence on sticker, no sticker.
Glenn, go ahead.
I'm just monitoring the chat and several members are saying that we haven't had stickers in years. So could someone clarify that?
That's not accurate.
Okay, I think the first question for us as a board is, are we doing stickers? Are we not doing stickers? And then if we're doing stickers, do we want to charge a fee? But we have Erwin's motion on the floor. That's been seconded.
To be specific,
Yes,
Sarah, you're talking about stickers on
hand carry.
Hand carry. Yeah. Okay. Yep.
Right. Correct. And the count, I think, for 2022 was 85 of those that were issued. So that doesn't necessarily mean that there are only 85 hand carry stickers out there. Am I right, Larry? So like in 2021, we had 156.
Right. Like I said, there's probably hundreds out there.
Correct. So they don't need to come back and get a new sticker every year. So we're just
Correct.
adding 2 more stickers. That's it. Okay. Arvin, are you okay if I call the vote?
That's fine.
Okay, let's call the vote. All in favor?
I'm sorry, could we,
Yes,
can we
Glenn.
restate the motion just to make sure we're all clear what we're voting on?
Arvin, do you
Move
want
that
to?
Beginning with the budget year 2023, all paddle boats or paddle boards, kayaks, canoes, and other similar small floating devices not otherwise registered and not a contestant in the cardboard boat race be charged a flat annual fee for the registration sticker of $25.
So I guess just my clarifying point here is what your motion is saying is we need to go back to those hundreds of other ones that have not paid, that they got a sticker, they never paid the $25, and we have to go charge those people $25. Is that what you're saying?
It's an annual fee, yes.
So we need to go, but someone on the staff has to track all those people down and collect.
Or you
$25.
simply do the same way that you're handing out stickers now. I'm not saying.
So
that-
only stickers, only $25 for the new stickers, not the existing stickers.
My anticipation, and correct me if I'm wrong, Director Fleshman, is that it would be a new set of stickers. So
That's right.
everyone starting in the new year would have to re-register their boat, go into RA and get a new sticker, different color, different logo, whatever, and pay the $25 per sticker.
It's an annual fee, annual registration.
Okay, I'm against that, but go ahead.
Can we have a vote?
We can call the vote. If there is an appetite, can I suggest an amendment on the dollar amount or just a straw poll? Are we just on policy against it? Okay, then go ahead. Call the vote. All in favor?
All right.
Okay, 3 yeses. How many noes do we have? Noes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 6 noes and 3 yeses. Motion fails. Okay, Erwin, last one. Go for it.
Last one. I move that commencing with budget year 2024 and pursuant to the provisions of section V.5.A1 and 2 of the First Amendment of to the deed of amendments to the deeds of dedication of Reston, the watershed costs attributed to the expenses incurred for the monitoring, operation, maintenance, and improvement of the 4 RA lakes and dams for the year prior to the budget year for which these costs are to be assessed in equal amounts against all of the properties on each of the 4 lakes which have deeded access rights by virtue of being lakefront or are benefited off-lake property owners or in a cluster with deeded lake access rights or in a condominium with lake access rights. I would like to speak to the motion after, assuming there's a second.
Is there a second to Erwin's motion?
I'll second it, but I'm going to make another motion after discussion, ma'am.
I have point of order, please.
Go ahead, Jennifer.
Is there any assumptions that are being made for the 2023 budget related to this motion? Because it speaks to 2024.
There are.
Yes, Erwin, I think I can. Erwin, you want to add to it and then I can rule.
Part of the provision, which I just read you, requires that there be a referendum among those persons whose lots will be affected by this assessment. And so the carrying out, the preparation, education, disbursement of the ballots and the collection of the ballots, counting of the ballots, all has implications for the 2023 budget.
Okay, I'm okay with that reasoning. John?
You ready for a motion, ma'am?
No, I'd like to discuss.
No,
it.
there's got to
Go
be a
ahead.
second.
There was a
I did
second.
second.
Oh,
Yes,
I'm
John
sorry.
seconded.
I'm sorry, you did second him.
John
Excuse
did
me.
second it.
So,
The discussion, I think Erwin had something
I
more
had a
you wanted to share?
I had a subsidiary motion, but please let Mr. Flashman speak first.
Okay. I'd like to correct a number of misconceptions which unfortunately have been apparently dispersed among the community. Unnecessarily, but I'd like to be clear about what we are talking about and what the impact of this would be. First, a number of people who are on the lakes and have rights over to either more boats or to have access to the lakes have in the past spoken up and said, we would like to be sure that the lakes are kept well and maintained well, and we would like to assist in doing that. And this is the opportunity that they have to do that. It is their opportunity to step up and say, yes, I would like to help out. Right now, the people who have these rights, which are 1,781, or not people, but lots, are being subsidized by everybody else in the community. So they have certain rights which are not given to others, and they have the view rights, and they have the location, and all of those kinds of benefits. And they are paying no more than people who are not on the lakes. And they are benefiting from that payment. What is the payment? Well, according to the figures supplied by Larry, which you have all seen, the cost is total $312,000 this year. That includes insurance, both property and liability insurance, maintenance, all sorts of expenses associated with the 4 lakes. What does it mean if we apply this to everyone? Well, it means there are 1,781 lots, and the individual charge based on the $312,087 would be $175.23. The people who have rights, these 1,781 lots, are perhaps the group of people most able to afford this in Reston. The houses, by and large, are worth well over $1 million. And they can contribute this without any harm whatsoever. Because that's peanuts to them. It is fair that they share in the expense from which they derive the most enjoyment. And it is something that many of them have offered before. And this is a small amount, and it will make a difference in the amount of money that is assessed to everyone. And it will be a significant difference. And in these times, it is a good thing to share.
Okay, John, and then I think I saw Lori and then Glenn. Go
So,
ahead, John.
I think Mr. Flashman understates the issue as regards the cost of maintaining the lakes, because it's not just the insurance. It's also the cost of maintaining the dams. All of our lakes are artificial without the dams being maintained, and we may be facing some serious expense on Lake Ann in the very near future. Without maintenance of those dams, those lakes don't exist. They are artificial constructs. So I'm interested in pursuing the idea. And I'm going to give up the floor, but ma'am, before we take the motion on Mr. Flashman's, I have a subsidiary motion I want to make. So if I can give up the floor and let others speak, I would appreciate it.
Before we take the vote.
Before we take the vote. Yes, ma'am, if you please.
Erwin, can I do Lori, Glenn, and then come back to you, please?
All right.
Go ahead, Lori. I think that's the order I had, right?
Yeah,
Lori and Glenn.
that's what you said. So, and Dr. Fleischman, it appears to me that you are suggesting that all of those 4 categories of lake affected members would pay the same amount of fee, or would there be differences among those 4 categories? Because the rights that those 4 categories have differ substantially. The values of the homes differ substantially. And so the financial circumstances of those members differ substantially. So what does your motion mean?
The proposal is clear. It says it be divided equally among all of those lots.
Okay. And that seems very inequitable to me.
I would like to clarify also something to John, and that is that
Erwin,
it does include the dams and the costs associated with the dams.
Can I go to Glenn, please? Yes, Glenn, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question and a couple comments. So the question is, and you guys, one of you can answer this. There was a statement made by Erwin that by doing this, it's going to reduce the amount of assessment fee burden for the rest of us, and I'd like to know what that is. Secondly, though, those who are among those 1,700 property owners have already paid extra built into the price of the real estate to be near the lake. They already pay extra property taxes based on the assessment and the value of their homes because they're close to the lake. So my opinion is
We don't get it.
this is the wrong idea. And we should not be trying to put all the burden of maintaining the lakes on the people that live near the lakes, because as others have noted, many other people benefit the lakes. We just had a whole conversation about people with permits for hand carried things that come to the lake. So I am strongly opposed to this.
Thank you, Glenn. Larry, I think you have the number for the first question that Glenn asked. What would the difference be? I can go to Bob while you're working on it. Do you have it?
It's it was 100 and I see a number in sum total.
The impact of
The saving.
the 331,000
on the
How much
assessment.
is that reduced annual assessment?
$15.47 per total membership.
47 cents.
312,000.
Thank you, Bob.
47 cents.
So it's somewhere
Okay. It's about $15.
$15, right?
All right, thanks.
So, I'm not against discussing the issue. I think this approach underestimates the value of the lakes to the community at large that don't have access. And I've never had access to the lakes other than to borrow on my friends' access. I consider the lakes absolutely a feature of Reston that I'm willing to pay for, even though I rarely am on them. But that's me. But at this point, I would much rather have a much deeper and more comprehensive discussion, not only with the immediately affected parties, but the community as a whole. So I'm against it I'm against the motions as well.
Thank you, Bob. Yes, Erwin.
Part of this, and an essential part of it, is that there would be a referendum. And that is what we are deciding essentially today. That is, should there be a referendum? And who is going to participate in the referendum? Those who would be charged the assessment and no one else. So it would be up to them as to whether or not they accept to pay that fee or assessment on an annual basis or not. And if it doesn't pass with them, it won't pass. But they're the ones who will make that decision according to the deed and not anybody else. And so it really is a question this evening for whether we want to allow them to make that decision and see whether they want to stand up for what many of them have said before, that they would like to contribute more to assure that the lakes are in good condition.
Okay, thank you, Erwin. I think we're ready to call the vote, and I'm going to go to, yes, Jennifer, last comments.
I just want to comment that in our board packet, Erwin, you had Larry add up the total cost for 2022 to maintain the lakes. I've been studying the budget for many years, even way before I became a board member, and just want to comment that the cost to maintain our lakes vary widely each year. If we dredge one of the lakes, it's $1.5 million. So we would be considering putting something before the members that is very variable, and that consistency that we have as RA members, where the budget is looked at as a whole and the assessment is decided as a whole, really benefits that we don't have varying fees. It could be $175 this year. It could be over $1,000 next year for that. And that means that we would be varying the fees for the people who aren't paying this either. For the rest of the 19 or 18,000 households, they might pay assessments of, like this year, $700 and some dollars, And then I guess I assume if the board does nothing else with this revenue and it all goes towards assessments, maybe they don't pay assessment at all for the following year. It's a very variable thing that we would be putting the entire membership through to make a decision like this. And I'd like to ask, because I think that he knows it, because I think I've asked the question before, I'd like to ask council about how much the cost of a referendum would be to the membership as an estimate, or your best guess estimate.
I'm going to have to confess, Jennifer, I honestly don't remember. I think it was around 70K, I want to say, for the whole membership. But this would be a smaller number because it would only be a referendum of the affected owners.
That's right.
Thank you, Tony. Okay, John, I think we're ready to vote. You're
Helpful,
ready?
thank you.
Oh, I have Mike. I'm going to let you speak, Mike, since you rarely do. So go ahead.
Yeah, very, very quickly. Erwin, I really like the idea. I think it brings some equity to how we maintain our lakes. I don't think that all of the costs should be put back onto lakefront owners. And just beyond that, I'm just not ready to take it up right now without a lot more discussion and a lot more thinking through of the details. But I do appreciate you bringing it up.
Thank you, Mike. Go ahead. Okay, we're going to go with John. I'm sorry, I am way past my timeline. Go ahead, John.
Madam President, one of the things we said tonight was all ideas are to be considered. And I think Director Flashman has raised issues that are deserving of deep and serious consideration. And the community deserves to participate in those conversations. And so I'm going to move to refer this motion to the Finance Committee and ask that they conduct some public input sessions with the potential people involved and have some further deliberations. I think it's an idea that needs exploration. I don't want it to die tonight with just a negative vote. And so I'm going to move to refer to the Finance Committee. I need a second.
I second.
I second.
I believe it's the Fiscal Committee, not the Finance Committee.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Tony, you have your hand up. Go ahead, Tony.
John, I'm just trying to understand, are you going to defer this to a date certain for board consideration?
No, sir. I'm referring it to the Fiscal Committee for them to examine the issue and report back to the board when they're ready.
Okay.
Yes, Max.
Thanks. Just in terms of the timing, should the vote go this way, I'd like to make sure I'm clear on some expectations. There could be a fairly significant amount of analysis that goes into this as a work program item. And I'm not sure of the exact timing of a referendum, vis-a-vis, there were some concepts around building this into the 24 assessment should that actually occur. So we would have to start to build a schedule back from that, should you all do this. So I'm just not sure exactly what all that does. So just to comment on Mr. Farrell's comment there, if you choose to do this, we would try to take a look at all of that and see what the impacts are overall as we start to talk to the Fiscal Committee.
Okay. So John, so I understand you're making a substitute motion for Erwin's.
No, ma'am. It's a subsidiary motion to commit, to refer. So it's not a substitute motion. It is a motion that has privilege, and we should be voting on it. So it's a motion to refer the issue out to the Fiscal Committee.
Okay, and you had a second from Erwin.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Can we call the vote on it? All in favor?
Which are we voting? The second?
I'm sorry.
The
We're
second
voting
one.
on
We're
John.
voting on John's subsidiary motion.
You're voting on whether to refer the issue to the Fiscal Committee.
Laurie?
But then are we going to come back?
It's
and
not
vote on
clear to
whether-
me what issue is being referred. The specifics of this
My motion and
resolution, or just the general principle of considering differential fees among those who have lake access versus those who do not, or direct lakefront access?
Okay, John, do you want to clarify since it's your motion? Go ahead.
Please. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. for asking the question. What I'm asking is that the motion that Erwin made be sent to the fiscal committee for them to examine it and have public input so we can get a sense from the community about it. Now, it may be that they come back with a very different recommendation, and that would be perfectly appropriate. And they can come back with that recommendation in their own good time. I'm not setting a deadline for them to act. I want them to examine the issue and come back to us. Acting on it tonight is imprudent, but dismissing the idea is also imprudent. So this is a way for us to continue to examine the idea and get input and hear from the community and find out where we want to go. Thank you, Madam President, for that, your graciousness.
Can we call the vote, Lori? Does that answer your question?
Yes, that answers.
All in favor?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Jennifer.
By deferring, I think that Mac brought up a good point. Like by deferring this, what is he supposed to do with the 2023 budget? Because you guys said this has 2023 budget implications.
The answer would be it would not impact the 2023 budget immediately. And we can.
And how can we vote on it if it has no effect on the 2023 budget? Because that's what the topic we're discussing tonight is.
Madam President, may I address the question?
Go
So
ahead.
the original motion would have had impact because we would have spent the money on the referendum in this year's budget. What I'm saying is, let us not spend the money in this year's budget. Let us refer to the fiscal committee and let them come back to us with their thoughts after they have engaged the community that would be affected. And it's, who knows what they come back with. And I don't want to require them to come back on a particular time, but I want to explore I want an opportunity for those who favor the idea to explore it further without taking up more board time.
Taking up board time, yes.
I
Can we
just want to
call the
note
vote,
my
please?
objection that I think that we're out of order because it's not related to the topic at hand. And also say as the fiscal committee liaison that committee is not a member survey input. Like that's not their role. Their role is to analyze things, not to get member feedback.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. There's a motion and a second. Can we vote on it, please? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
1, 2, 3, 4. Was that 4? I'm just refer. Okay, all no's.
No.
1, 2, 3 no's. 4 no's. Okay, any abstentions? Margaret is an abstention. Okay, motion fails. Okay, moving on.
Well, now we
Thank
go
you.
back to his.
Now go back to the original motion.
The original motion.
Yeah. Thank you, folks. Erwin.
With the permission of the person who seconded my motion, I would like to withdraw the motion.
Sure.
Okay, thank you, Erwin. Okay, moving on. Mac, I think we had more budget motions that some of the directors had.
Thank you. Yes, I think, are we moving back? I'm sorry, there was a lot of chatter about potential motions. Are we moving back to, there were several other topical areas that the board has weighed in on and then went to the fiscal committee relative to the budget. So we're moving to that agenda item now?
Sure.
Okay. So the remaining items, and I'll just briefly mention the information that we put in the agenda memo. We tried to structure all the materials tonight to help start off with a timeline and give some sense of the work that's already been done, starting with a broad variety of ideas that started with member input sessions and then board work sessions. And then, of course, through the joint fiscal board meeting in August, and then the first board look at draft budget number 1. And we made some adjustments as a result of the most recent feedback. And that's why we now have a draft budget 2 contained in your packet that you can consider and hopefully give us final direction on a number of these items. And of course, you've just given us on a couple. The remaining items that we highlight in the for the packet materials for you are the following. Pool hours and a potential expansion of aquatic services by hours or by additional weekends, generally towards the end of the season. Another one, staff merit increases and or staffing costs, including 2 new FTEs. There's an item around CARF and some reporting and accounting that we're suggesting for the Hunters Woods Ball Field project. And then I put a few items in there as just a new CEO that has just gone past 60 days that you may want to consider because of some things that you all and I have talked about. So much like we did with the non-member fees, our suggestion was maybe just to hit those one at a time, and give just a super high level background on the issue and what came up at the fiscal committee, and then have you all give us direction, and we can help you understand what the overall budget impacts are, because of course we're showing a range and assessment, and you have some options to buy that assessment down should you choose.
Okay, can we just go down the motions, Mac, since in the interest of time? So we have the 2 recommendations from fiscal committee. And
Yes.
if any directors want to make that motion, the first one is to move that 30,000 be added to the aquatics budget to determine and provide expanded pool hour opportunities in 2023.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Bob. Okay, any discussion? Or are we good to call a vote?
Sarah, why don't we go?
Sorry, I just have a question. What is the 30,000 being spent for? What exactly is it being used for?
So the idea there, Glenn, there were some very specific proposals for 1 hour at this pool, 1 hour at that pool. And so there was a long cafeteria menu. The fiscal committee idea was, what if we take the overall recommendation of total amount of money and put it in a pot and then make a decision in the springtime? And so they suggested specifically they hand that decision back to the staff rather than have a board discussion on 1 hour at this pool between 6 and 7 on Wednesdays.
Well, what's the 30,000 being used for, Mac?
Generally lifeguards and administrative staffing expenses, but I'm happy to have Laura walk through more details on that.
I thought the 30,000 was being used to determine how much to do. Is that what you guys said a minute ago?
No, I apologize. If we open facilities for longer hours, we have people staffing and other expenses.
So the 30,000, Glenn, is to cover the costs of expanded hours. So if we expanded for an extra weekend, there's additional lifeguard costs. And there is a breakdown in our packet where Laura gives us different options. So this is just a recommendation from fiscal that they suggest we give her 30,000 for her department to decide how they spend it. We could go down that road, or we could choose to pick one of the options or do nothing. So the motion right now is to follow what fiscal gave us. Bob, I think you had your hand up.
Because weather factors has a lot to do with whether you can, expand the hours at the ends of the season, at the beginning and the end, the beginning in the spring and then again in the fall. The idea from fiscal was to keep it flexible, and the money, depending upon the weather, may not be incurred at all. But if you don't have it in the budget, you don't have that flexibility built into providing additional services. So this is an anticipation of an expense that may not be incurred.
So Bob, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I heard something about potentially expanding the aquatics programs. Is there no revenue associated with this, or is it all expense?
Because of the way that and I'm sorry, Laura, for stepping
Laura,
in.
I was going to say Laura is probably the best one to answer. Go ahead, Laura.
So if I might rewind a little bit, so there are charts that are in of scenarios that are included in the memo. And the way that we came up with those charts is responsive to the member request, where we heard that the time there was an interest in time. For each one of those categories, there was between 10 to 14 requests that were made based on the number that through the discussion of the fiscal committee, you can see that at the bottom, the last chart in that section, there are kind of the top three that would maximize the responsiveness to those. And then to answer your question directly, these were for specifically open hours, not for programmatic hours. There were opportunities for expansion for some of the water fitness hours. And there would be some revenue that could be incurred for that during that time. But it doesn't cover the entire cost, the $9,000 that were listed there. So those top three is approximately $30,000, and that's where that number and discussion was derived at with fiscal.
Thank you.
Okay,
Sarah, this is my virtual hand.
Sure. I think Lori had her hand up and then.
No.
No. Okay.
Withdrawn.
Withdrawn. Okay. Go ahead, Jennifer.
I'm supportive of expanding the pool hours. I feel like RA started receiving more complaints about the pool hours after, I believe it was the 2016 board. It was the year in which the assessments went down, reduced the pool hours. So although I think that the schedule that we see in our packets might be a decent increase in hours, I really think that as a board, we ought to be looking back to those pre-2017, so I think it was 2016 hours, and looking at that schedule to pit ourselves against versus a couple pools being opened for a couple shoulder hours.
May I comment on that?
Go ahead, Laura.
So that's about 5 years ago. And what we have found, and through our surveys asking the people that have that purchase pool, any kind of pass, narrowed it down to just members, removing the non-member comments. These that are in your packet are where those additional hours that those people would like to see. So I just want to it may not be exact what was 5 years ago, may not be exactly what was of interest here. If you were to add in all of these, I think the number, it's in a different memo. I think that was around somewhere between $75,000 and $80,000. Larry may remember that. So that was discussed at fiscal. The full chart is there, but then the top three, again, that's just where that number came from. So any funding between 30 to 75 or 80,000 would capture those requests that we received in the recreation end of season pass, comments that were emailed to board members. There's a QR code at each one of the facilities, and then also emails to member services and social media comment. Sorry for being so long.
Lori, hand withdrawn again. Okay.
Yes.
You're playing with me now. Mac, go ahead, Mac.
Yeah, I think just kind of a big picture comment. The idea here was to try to be as responsive as possible to the members. And there have been some comments about trying to see if there was a way to expand facilities and how long they're open. And so the staff put together a number of proposals, and the fiscal committee basically said, yes, we think that's a good idea and money should be allocated to that. And then they said, a suggestion could be set aside a pot of money and let the quote unquote experts work on this and just get the facilities open longer. So that's really what they recommended to you all. You have the litany of potential options as well, in your packet, but hopefully the idea was to be responsive to the members and potentially expand hours.
Quite. Any other questions, folks? If not, are we good to vote on this? Okay, can I call the vote? All in favor?
Aye.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, 8 yeses. Glenn, are you a yes? Are you a no or an abstain?
No.
Okay. 8 yeses, 1 no. Motion passes. Perfect. I have one more from recommendation from fiscal committee. And I know at one point I saw Dave Kerr here. Don't know if he wanted to talk a little bit about this motion. If not, I'm happy to make it. Does anyone see Dave on here that they can unmute Dave, please? I'll make the motion, and then when we go into discussion, we can have Dave, there he is, share his thoughts. Okay, move that RA set the 2023 assessment at a rate that covers the current draft 2 budget minus funding of 1 million of operating cash and not to exceed 815. If there's a second, we can hear from Dave. Thank you, John. Dave, you want to give us a little background on how you arrived at this?
Sure.
And maybe what you mean by this as well for us.
Well, as you look through the budget, there aren't many things in there that haven't been approved by boards in the past. We have a full-time staff of X number of people. Many of those positions were not filled this year. We have been running at 8, 9, or 10 people under the approved level for quite a while. One of the reasons why we're down under budget so much this year. But those are approved positions. Those are positions that are actively being sought and actively needed. And as we looked at the entire budget, we didn't see a lot of opportunity to wholesale take things out, reduce things, change things. And so as a committee, we said that while we think we do have some cash, there are some opportunities that we could, because of this year, we've had a lot of savings that we could afford to do some things to control the fee. But we wanted to give the board more of a range because, to take the entire funding of, say, $1 million is going to start to use up a lot more cash, obviously. We are concerned about the cash we're using, but at the same time, we've been fairly strong in cash for the last couple of years. So we wanted to give the board a range that said, it isn't a question of just, do you do 829 or do you do something else? But, there's a range here. We can't pick the right number necessarily. We don't know that. So we basically said, we don't know where staff can cut a lot more. I think we'd like that to happen if possible. But with the hires that we made, with the salary changes we made intentionally, some of the benefit changes we made intentionally, there's not a lot of opportunity there other than maybe on the capital side, but that's a whole nother discussion. So we wanted to say, if you want to reduce it, maybe there's $1 million of operating cash that you could use. But it will give you a range to look at, because if you take the full $1 million, you just got to be really careful as we go into the biennial budget next year for 24-25 and making sure that we can manage that and manage any increases going forward.
Sarah, you're muted.
Thank you, Dave. Can we hear me?
Yes.
Yep. Yeah.
Good. Any further questions, discussion? I know, Glenn, you had some thoughts on the final assessment number.
Yeah, so I saw the range in the packet was from like 839 to 785. Was there a reason why the staff didn't look at analysis around trying to keep it at 740, which is the current assessment?
Mike, you want to take that?
Yeah, I'll field that. There's a couple of factors that go in. We took a look at just inflationary factors alone, and it does cost more to do the same things we're doing now. So assuming that there wasn't a discussion at any of the previous sessions about reducing services, We did make some assumptions going into each of the first two draft budgets that staying right at 740 was not an option the board was going to consider. So the increase generally is shown in different services or expansions of services in certain ways that have come up in the previous discussions. And that's how we got to the number. Now, what I think is interesting as well, and I've asked this question a bunch of times, and we had a very robust discussion at the fiscal committee. The true cost of the services we provide has been more than what the assessments have been the last couple of years. And the reason for that is we've used one-time monies that are operating surpluses from 1 year to apply to next year. That can be somewhat artificial over the long term. So as Dave mentioned, if you have staff salary savings, which of course we do right now, that it can look like you're running a very big cash surplus. Of course, there are other reasons you might run a cash surplus, but that's certainly a big reason. We've been running anywhere between 10 and 15% short staffed. You're going to see cash. If for whatever reason the organization is fully staffed, that number may be very small. So it's a pretty big fiscal issue for everyone to sort of consider as you think about what the overall assessment rate ought to be. But hopefully that answers a specific question about why stay at 740 versus something else.
Well, not exactly. I think you said 740 was not even considered because you thought the board would not go with 740 option. I think you guys need to go back to the drawing board and come up with some alternatives that shows us what a 740 would look like. I would also further state that this idea that we've been running, under staff, we've not had a full complement of staff for several years, and that money is quote unquote surplus. It appears to me that maybe we need to not fill those positions since they haven't been filled, and we're operating effectively without them. That's one thought that I have. Also, there was a comment that you made about, we're using these one-time surpluses. Well, the surpluses are because we're bringing in more money than we need. And I think we should need to be, there's an item coming up later about trash and how much trash costs and how much inflation. Everybody's concerned about costs. I think we need to be very serious about trying to keep the assessment at its current rate. At least make the effort. Now, if we make the effort and we can't do it, that's fine. But I don't think that we've made the effort in what I've seen in the package tonight. So I would be happy to make a motion to direct the staff to see what it would be like to come up with a budget that would keep the assessment at 740. I'm willing to, we have other items coming up, but willing to make suggestions around what cuts we can make to bring that in. So that I'll stop there.
So, Tony, I have a quick question for you. And again, to the rest of the board, I'm happy to call a vote on the fiscal committee's recommendation. Me personally, I think we need some tweaking on that. So do we want to edit that on the fly and amend that motion, or do we want to Glenn to have a substitute motion? Dave, I see your hand up. Go ahead, Dave.
I'm sorry, Madam President. I just have to say though, because we did include this in the note that we sent out with our motions, okay? We set that range based on the numbers we saw, okay? And we have seen now in 2 consecutive meetings, September and October, okay? With virtually no change from one month to the next. The last sentence we made in that was that the board should continue to look at efficiencies in spending and opportunities in revenue, okay? And not use cash to lower this. But our reaction in this and this range we're giving you was based on what we saw in 2 consecutive meetings. And I understand what is being said, and the fiscal committee will certainly work on any of those projects at the next meeting. But I'll just wrap it up with saying, our motion to say our range is from 786 to 815 is not saying that it must be there, okay? Based on what we saw and the discussions we had with staff, we didn't see an avenue to change that.
Good. Thank you, Dave. Thank you, committee, for all the hard work they've been doing. Yes, Bob, go ahead.
Let me remind everybody, we're not sitting on cash just to sit on cash. We have a big inventory of capital assets that people like to use. They like the pools, they like the lakes. Somebody has to pay for those things. And you don't want in any given year to send a special assessment out to all the members to have them cover something that we've missed. So you build up reserves. These are reserves. This is not cash that's just sitting idly. There is a purpose in it. So the idea that you can, we've done this in the past where we've cut the rate of we cut the assessment in order to satisfy what everybody would like, which is to have less available. We are a non-stock corporation, but we're managing private property. This is not public property. There is a lot of it. It costs money to do it. Most of the tasks have to be done by people. People cost money. We have to pay them a living wage. Now, can we look for efficiencies? I bet you staff is looking for them all the time. But to say that we can hold the line on operating expenses at a time when the overall inflation rate is running north of 8%. Some of the fundamental products that we are using, like electricity, are going to be up at least 6% in 2023. We have to, we've seen increases, although this year it's going to be minor, in healthcare costs. That is a benefit to the employees that we have. So there are a myriad of annoying little issues that you have to deal with. This was not put together with the idea of, pandering to any one segment of the organization. This was a very tight budget that was put together.
Okay, I'm going to make two comments very quickly, John, and then I'll come to you.
Thank you.
One, I've given up hope that we're going home at 9:30. So I think at least by 10:30, I would be very grateful if we can wrap this up. Second, fiscal committee, we asked them to give us a recommendation, and with the information they had, this was the best recommendation that they came up with, and we're very grateful. They spent a lot of hours talking about it. I am happy to withdraw my motion and simply thank fiscal committee for all of their wonderful recommendations. And then Glenn, if you want to make your motion, we can go down that road, but I will let John speak before I do that. Go ahead, John.
Well, I think I seconded your motion and I don't consent to withdrawing it. So I want to vote on your motion. I had a question for our treasurer, and maybe I misunderstood Mr. Petrine's comment, but did your comment about capital funds and spending money on capital funds, did I misunderstand that? Were you against therefore using $1 million to reduce next year's assessment, Bob, or were you? I assume you were in favor.
We attempted to achieve a balance between what we need to do in terms of capital asset restoration and repair this year, what we essentially have to do this year and next year, with the full anticipation that that amount of money is going to increase over the next 10 years and probably will increase over the effective life of all the assets. So,
but to
go back and say, to finish the point is, we thought, based on staff's assessment of what needs to get done next year, that we could cut the capital contribution or to repair and replacement by $1 million. And that still would generate between 784 and 816 in terms of an assessment to members. To
So
cover
if I can follow up, Madam President, so you're in support of the fiscal committee's recommendation?
Yes,
That's what I needed. I got confused. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Yes. And the language is to say not to exceed 815. That's it. It's not saying to make assessment at 815. Yes, Glenn.
So on page 27 of the packet, the range is 784 to 839. Where did 815 come from? Where is that?
Dave, you want to answer that? We have Dave Kerr. Or Bob, can you address that where fiscal got?
I'm
815?
trying to.
There you go.
unmute. There we
There
go.
you go.
Or just to be
Thank
clear,
you.
Dave, you're recommending 815.
No, we are not, Glenn.
Okay,
I'm
what
sorry.
are you recommending then as the fiscal committee? What are you recommending?
The best, based on what we saw at our last meeting, the best that we recommend is the 786.
Is it 786 or is it 784? Because on page 27, I see 784. I don't see 786 anywhere.
Our motion, I thought you would have had our motion. Maybe
I have the board packet on page 27 of the board packet. It says
I'm sorry,
784.
Glenn, I don't get it in front of me.
So Dave, the motion says not to exceed 815. It doesn't have the 784 number.
Okay, we
Yes,
gave a
Larry?
range in our motion.
I can address the change. When we incorporated the changes from the fiscal committee,
Fiscal
the
suggested.
recommendations into draft 2, that changed that number from 786 to 784.
But the fiscal committee is recommending 815. Dave, is that
No.
what you're saying?
I'm sorry. So let me try to explain. Okay. What we're saying is we have saved a lot of money this year and not filling positions, whether that's good, bad, or indifferent. Okay. We are ending the year with a record amount of cash. Okay. That cash ought to be used. Yeah, you can do things with it. Okay. Or in this case, you can lower the assessment. We're saying that we ought to use some of that money to lower the assessment from the mathematical number, okay, of 839 that staff comes up with and take it down to 786, 84, 86.
84.
It changed, okay? 815, so just to not to, was the number that is in our biennial budget for next year. Last year, the board voted on a budget for 23. That budget was an 815 rate.
Okay, well, we're
All
here.
we're saying is you can't go over the one you voted on last year. We don't agree with 815. We don't think it should go to 815. In fact, we'd love to see it below 786, but we need something to take us there. Decisions need to take place on either positions or some kind of spending and or revenue to get us there. Nothing we've seen in our last 2 meetings allows us to get below 784 or 6.
But you just said that we have a record amount of cash. And what you're
Correct.
saying is that's incorporated into the 784 is
That's
applying that quote record amount of cash. Does that include all the unfilled positions?
So the 784, let's use 784 if that's okay, includes all the positions that are currently approved, 2 more positions that are in the proposal for next year, as well as merit increase. Everything in Mac's document is in the 784 if you use $1 million of operating cash to offset the fee.
Right. So where I'm coming from all this is if we had a lot of positions that have been unfilled and we've operated without them. I agree that in a time of inflation, our good staff that have stayed and are serving us deserve a COLA and some of them deserve merit. I'm not arguing against that, but I am arguing against continuing to include positions that we have not had filled for extended period of time. There's no reason why we can't eliminate those positions and tighten up as an organization, because everybody in the world right now is having to deal with this. And so as an organization, I think we need to step up and try to get that number below 784. I'm not saying we get the 740, but I am a little, surprised that we weren't even trying for 740. So I think if we can make some kind of motion to have the staff go back, look at the numbers again, look at those positions that weren't filled, that are vacant, get them out of the budget, and let's apply some of that cash that you mentioned, that overflow, and try to get this number below 784, because we're going to talk about trash later and the cost of trash. Groceries are expensive, gas is expensive, everything is expensive. So everything that we can do to reduce the amount that we're spending will help our members. So that's where I'm coming down on this.
Okay, I think at this point, can I just let Mac make a comment and then let's vote on this and vote
Well,
yes, no, and then we,
Madam President, I was going to make a suggestion procedurally.
sure.
And maybe help Director Small. We can vote on the motion that's pending and then have a follow-on motion that is along the lines discussed by Director Small. We can do both things. And so it doesn't foreclose Director Small getting the answers to the questions he's posing.
Got it. Just want to let Mac make his comments and then we can do this. Go ahead, Mac.
Yeah, thank you. Glenn, just very quickly, I don't have a report in front of me of all the vacant positions, that led to some of this, but there was some discussion at the fiscal committee. A couple of the positions, frankly, are pretty high profile that haven't been filled. And it was mentioned at the fiscal committee, the CEO position is obviously a decent chunk of cash for 3/4 of a year. And there are a few others that are pretty high profile positions. One of our biggest problems has been turnover, where it takes 3 to 6 months to get positions filled. Those aren't necessarily, on the aggregate, they add up, I guess, is the point that I would want to leave you all with, as compared to positions that go unfilled for years. So at any rate, though, we can certainly get the board whatever numbers you would like if that's something you ask us for as a whole.
Okay, I'm going to call the vote on the fiscal committee's recommendation. All in favor? Aye. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Mike, are you?
Nay.
Okay, you're a
I'm a
nay.
nay. Yeah.
Okay, so we have 6 yeses. How many noes? So we have Mike, Glenn's a no, Jennifer's a no. So 3 noes. Motion passes. And Glenn, did you want to make a motion?
I mean, you just adopted the fiscal committee's recommendation. So what's the point of me making a motion?
If you have any questions you want answered, I'm sure we can ask. And it's their recommendation is just not to exceed 815. And like John said, doesn't preclude us from, I know you have a few other motions for the budget, if you wanted to go into those.
Okay, so I'll take a crack at it then, Sarah. Thank you. I would like to make a motion to direct staff to come up with fiscal scenarios where we keep the assessment at 740 and then other increments up to 784, but trying to keep it below 784.
Second.
Okay, do we have any discussion? Are we ready to call the vote? Anybody, any discussion? Okay, all in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7 yeses. How many noes do we have? Bob is a no. 1, 2, 2 noes. Okay, motion passes. And then you had a few others, Glenn. Did you want to do those now as well?
Is this the appropriate time to do those other ones?
They're related to the budget. Oh, let me give Mac a chance to make a comment and then go ahead, Mac.
I just wanted to ask a question, make sure I'm prepared as we prepare those scenarios. Do you all then want those run to the fiscal committee and then brought back to the board? Because they very well may involve things that haven't come up yet. And that's fine. I just want to make sure I deliver on expectations.
I'm okay with it coming directly to the board. Glenn, your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I think time is of the essence because we're deep into the budget session or season.
And Dave, we would absolutely take your comments when you come to the board. It's just timing wise. I'm hoping it can come directly to the November board and give staff some time to work on it. We would love for you to come back to us in November with comments. Any other directors feel strongly about sending this to fiscal? Or are we okay?
I always, as the fiscal liaison, I think that fiscal committee would appreciate it.
Sure.
And I would rely on their analysis.
Any other directors? So the majority is okay with it coming directly to the board and fiscal weighing into us, you know, like Dave did today at the November meeting. Okay, perfect. We don't need to take a vote on that. I'm good with that. Glenn, back to you. I think you still had a couple more. Mac, are you?
I have two motions in the spirit of what we've just been talking about. The first motion is to remove from the budget $35,000 that was earmarked to do business process documentation for the IT area on the assumption that a pilot would be successful. So I move to we remove the $35,000 from our current budget.
Is there a second? I'll second it for discussion. Glenn, you want to share why? Does anybody have any questions or discussion on this item?
I would just share that we, part of the IT committee, we have a work plan. And one of the work plans was to do some current state business process documentation. The theory was we would do a pilot. And if the pilot was successful, we could access that $35,000 to maybe hire consultants to help us do additional current state process documentation. As things are turning out, it's very unlikely we'll have a pilot that's completed in time. And in the spirit of saving funds, I would recommend we remove that $35,000 from the budget.
Okay, any other questions, directors, staff? Do you want to make any comments on this? Go ahead, Mac.
Yeah, I would. Thank you. So in the spirit of thinking holistically, one of the things that I put in my CEO report in the budget packet was the idea of an organizational assessment, which I have talked a little bit with Director Small about, because I believe there's some similarities in what was originally discussed with the IT committee and some of those concepts. And a lot of those concepts do relate to, how best to use staffing resources to achieve overall success and efficiencies in business lines and communication internally, how we reach our members, how we generate different kinds of revenue, a whole lot of things that actually help the overall membership. So I just want to sort of throw that out there. Appreciate, on the idea here, I guess was thrown out, as a revenue saving thing. I also think that there is a need and we could benefit from some of that work being done and process mapping as an organization to achieve better results in some of the ways you're all describing in the first couple of meetings that I've been in.
So Glenn, are you thinking we take this out of IT and then do another motion to give Mac what he's asking for, or is it
I think Mac has a similar related but different idea and a different budget request. So I'm not trying to interfere with I think in his memo, he has a separate budget request for other funding to support the kind of thing he's talking about just a moment ago. I'm just simply saying this was a very notional amount of money that was recommended from the IT committee and we don't really need it. So we should just take it out.
Okay, got it. We ready to vote on this, folks? Okay, all in favor? Looks like that's unanimous. Thank you.
The next motion, hopefully my final motion for tonight, is that I move that we remove the lights from the Barton Hill renovation project, which should be a savings of about $381,000. I have several reasons for this.
Second.
Oh, okay. Second, thank you.
Second, I'm sorry, I was going to second that.
Okay.
Okay, we have a second. Go ahead, Glenn.
I just, I think we've discussed this prior and I've made my opinion known several times, but I feel that when it comes down to it, again, we're in a very tight fiscal situation, as we just discussed earlier. Inflation, our members are, dealing with that. We're all dealing with it. This was a project that was voted on and approved by the prior board in a different time, different circumstances. There's a lot of people that live near there that we heard earlier tonight that are not for this. I also understand that for projects over a certain amount, we're supposed to follow a process, which I think we weren't following here. So for all those reasons, I think it makes the best sense for us. And also not to mention that yesterday, our appeal with the Fairfax County zoning was denied and may trigger a very expensive appeal to try to get permission to put lights in. That for all those reasons, we should vote against having the lights at Barton Hill. Again, saving 380 plus thousand, according to the numbers I received earlier today. And that money can be, maybe it's only in a capital project account and we can't transfer it back to operating, but that's less money we have to transfer into capital. So for all those reasons, I urge us to vote to remove the lighting project from the Barton Hill project. Not that we would keep the rest of the Barton Hill renovations intact, just not have the lights.
Any other discussions? If not, we can vote on it. All in favor?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I think I agree with Clay.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 yeses. Okay. How many no's do we have? One no. Okay. Any abstentions? 2 abstentions. Okay. Motion passes. Glenn, do you have one more? Any other motions on this? Okay. Did you want to?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I apologize. So I also propose a motion that we decide not to appeal the BZA decision of yesterday.
Is there a second? I'll second for discussion. Oh, there, Margaret seconds. Okay. Any discussion?
Substitute motion.
Okay, go for it.
I move that we direct staff to engage counsel to file the appeal of this BZA decision of yesterday to the circuit court.
Okay. Do we want to vote on a substitute?
Does he need a second for that?
Jennifer is seconding.
I'm not seconding. I want to do another substitute motion. Is that allowed?
Go ahead. Tony, do we vote on John's substitute motion first and then Jennifer makes hers?
Madam President, if I don't have a second, then the motion isn't.
Got it. So is there a second for John's motion? There isn't a second for John's motion. Sorry about that, John. Yes,
Nope,
Jennifer,
no problem.
go ahead.
I motion to call a special meeting to discuss the BZA decision and further board action with advice from counsel.
Is there a second for Jennifer's motion?
Yes.
Okay, multiple seconds. I seconded. Okay, we're voting first on whether we're considering Jennifer's substitute motion or not. And then if that passes, then we vote on the actual motion itself. Tony, am I right?
No, her vote, if her motion prevails. then
Correct. So we vote on whether we're accepting the substitute motion first
No.
or just vote on, okay.
If her motion prevails, Madam President, then that's the end of the conversation.
Got it. Okay. Any discussion? Yes, Bob.
John, I voted no only because I don't have enough information to understand the components as I've discussed, as we've discussed before. So I think we do need to understand not only on this particular issue for the BZA, but on many future applications that we will make to the BZA, or not to the county for zoning, on zoning or projects.
Go ahead, Laurie. Laurie, you're muted.
I would agree with Bob that we don't have the information I would like to have at hand to make a sound decision, and that is why I agree with Jen's recommendation or Commissioner Juszczyk's recommendation that we hold a separate special meeting for that purpose.
Okay, any other discussion? If not, we're ready to vote. Okay, all in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 5 yeses for Jennifer's motion. How many noes do we have? I'm a no. 1, 2, we have 3, 4 noes. Okay. Okay, motion prevails. And so Glenn, I guess that. Tony? Yes, Jennifer.
I know some people submitted motions. I didn't know if we had finished those, but I just wanted to let you know I have 5 budget related motions.
Okay, let me see if we have any more that have submitted. I think, Glenn, that's it with your motions. I don't think, Bob, you had anything.
Oh,
Yeah, I have a few, but they're not for the budget. So go ahead, Jennifer.
Motion to increase the communication advertising revenue line item by the total compensation of the staff member selling those services plus $42,000.
Is there a second?
I'll second for discussion. Madam President, I have to step away for a minute. I'll be right back.
Go ahead.
The reason why I'm saying this is because a previous board to us funded a position to increase the advertising line, and there was a trajectory that we were going to get to, and we're not even meeting the minimum of that trajectory. So I would question if we can't, or if staff would not support that change, then I would assume they would come back with recommendations to not have that position because we funded a position to get the increase in revenue. So, and then the 42,000, just FYI, specifically came from the forecasted revenue that staff provided they will make in 2022.
Okay, any other comments or thoughts? If not, I'm ready to call a vote. Okay, all in favor? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, how many no's do we have? I'm a no. 1, 2, 3, 4 no's. I guess John is the deciding vote and he stepped away for a moment. We'll wait for him to come back. If anybody wants to take a bio break, I'm okay to do like a 5-minute bio break for everybody.
it's back.
Sorry.
He's back.
Oh.
Does anybody else need a bio break? If we do, I'm happy to do a 5-minute break. If not, are we okay to stay?
Did you need a vote on a motion, ma'am?
You are the deciding vote on Jennifer's motion.
Did you hear what I said?
I heard the beginning of it, ma'am. Can
Yeah, Jennifer, can you repeat, please?
I can summarize. A previous board funded a position to increase advertising in the association and had a trajectory path. We have not met that trajectory path for many years. So my motion is we should be at least covering the staff position plus what the association projects to make for advertising at the end of this year, which is 42,000.
So we have 4 yeses and 4 no's. John, how do you
Aye.
vote? You vote yes. Okay, motion passes. Go ahead, Jennifer, next.
Motion to direct the CEO to work with staff and the fiscal committee to review the capital budget using the advice from outside counsel post BZA decision and provide recommendations on adjustments to the capital budget.
Is there a second? Okay, Bob, second.
Can we have discussion about that?
Sure.
So Jennifer, are you suggesting that we use Mark Looney and get billable hours from him as part of what you're suggesting?
No, I asked a question and it was answered today. So the advice is already in written form, as far as I understand.
Can I ask?
Sure.
Director Jessup, I'm not quite sure what we're trying to accomplish with this motion. Maybe you can help me understand it?
Yeah, I can try, but Tony, can you please help me if I get out of bounds? It's kind of a sticky
This is why
issue
Jennifer
that
had
only the
requested-
board knows about.
This is why I requested that you share your emotions, guys, so we don't. Tony, go ahead. Do you want to share and give us some background?
I would just suggest that because this involves the advice of counsel, perhaps it be addressed at the upcoming special meeting so that that counsel can walk you through his recommendations. I'm very leery of us going over advice of counsel in open session, particularly when I don't know what that advice is.
It's in our executive packet, the answer, but my premise, and I will try to stay out of matters that are privileged, is that the BZA decision could potentially have impacts on the planning that the staff has already done for facilities in the future, the timing of how long they will take to implement, the costs that they will incur to implement. And I'm asking staff to take the advice that we received in writing and make some judgment calls on that advice based on the planning they've already done.
Can Madam President?
Go ahead, John.
Can I suggest to Director Juszak that we ask for that report at the special meeting?
Yes.
I'd be happy to, but I'm afraid that I'm going to be called out of bounds because this is budget related, and that special meeting we just called is BZA Barton Hill related. So I'm happy to defer if I can take that motion up at the special meeting.
I think the way to do it is to caption the special meeting as a consultation with land use council and just leave it open-ended at that.
Yeah, I'd like to suggest that we take it up then. And if you need me, Madam President, if you need a motion from me to do that, I'm happy to do it. But I think Director Juszak can just withdraw her motion and bring it up during that meeting. And we just want to have, besides council, we'd want to have Mr. Butler and maybe Mr. Shoemaker available to us.
Yeah. I'm happy to withdraw.
Okay.
Like I said, if it's allowed later.
Thank you, Jennifer. And Bob, you made the second. You're okay with the withdrawal?
That's fine.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. Third, go ahead, please.
Motion to increase the recreation revenue line item by 50,000 in next year's budget. You know, above the current draft.
Is there a second?
Number.
Could I ask?
Glenn, we need a second before we can ask questions.
Second.
Okay, go ahead.
Question.
There-
So exactly how will we do that, Jennifer?
The reason why I'm proposing this motion is because this year's projections are already calling for at least 50,000 more in the budget. We have already made it this year. So I would challenge the staff of why did we take it out in the first place? And it was examined at fiscal. It's come up at fiscal. Why are we under budgeting revenue that we've already made?
Mac or Laura want to come there? I see Laura. Do you want to make a quick comment, Laura, on this?
One of the areas, yes, please. One of the areas is within the camp's budget. So if you look at the newly adopted calendar year for camp, for Fairfax County Public Schools moving into next year, we lose a week. And so that is a portion of that.
Thank you, Laura. Any other directors? Any questions? If not, I'm happy to call a vote on this.
Just to clarify, so losing a week is costing us $50,000?
No, I don't know where the $50,000 came from. I would appreciate time to explore opportunities and a plan for that.
Okay, thanks.
I got it from projections, if that's helpful.
Okay.
of
We're
this
good.
year.
All in favor?
So I'm sorry, can I ask a question? I don't understand.
Go ahead, Lori.
Jen, you're asking that we increase revenue, and Laura just told us that we're going to lose revenue because we have a week less of camp. So I'm not understanding.
Jennifer, you want to answer that?
You want me to answer that? I've been looking at the budget for a few years, and I think that there's 50,000. I think there's more than 50,000 to eke out of the recreation revenue line item. I think we can make more than that based on the history
Mac?
and based on the projections we have in front of us for year end.
Okay, Mac, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Dictate that though, can we? Can we do a motion to dictate that?
We decide the budget
We've
numbers.
made a motion and we've seconded it. I'm not comfortable because it's going into staff, but there's a motion. It's been seconded. I trust that Laura knows her numbers, but Matt, go ahead. You had your hand up. You want to share some thoughts?
Well, I was just going to offer that a big part of the discussion at the fiscal committee was around how conservative or aggressive does everyone want to be as we make these decisions around the past couple of years going forward, because should you project additional revenue and it's not there, then obviously there's a significant fiscal problem. If you underrepresent that number and generate more, then you have excess cash. And there's a question of the relationship of that excess cash to the overall assessment. So there really is a big value discussion that's playing itself out here in terms of the assessment. If you charge a bigger assessment and the revenue's not there, you will balance your books. If you do not, and the revenue's not there, then there's a problem. And that's what the fiscal committee was really wrestling with, as Jennifer was mentioning, past performance.
Okay, we're ready to call the vote. All in favor? 1, 2, 3. All opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 opposed. So that fails. Okay, Jennifer, next motion.
Motion to remove the 2 new staff positions suggested by staff from the 2023 budget.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, Glenn seconds. Okay, any discussion? If not, are we ready to vote? Okay, all in favor?
Wait. What?
Oh, okay.
What
Go
position?
Madam President.
What positions?
The 2
There-
In
positions.
the packet, Mike.
They're listed in our packet, the registrar and the CAM covenants admin, I think it's
Yeah.
called.
Yeah.
Okay. Can we hear from staff on that, please?
Go ahead, Mac. You want to take that or?
Sure. I will give you, just because we put it in our agenda memo, a high level. And then, of course, I'm going to have Laura and Cam speak to those. Both positions in the budget that were, and the board asked us to keep those in, anticipating a more robust discussion for draft 2. One is in the Parks and Rec department, specifically for the registrar position, which is meant to help increase our ability to reach members and work with members and get them signed up and do a variety of different things, tracking through WebTrack. And the covenants position is meant to help increase productivity, especially with our managers, providing administrative support and working with through all of the different things that our covenants advisors do in the field. I would be remiss too, I should mention, I did put a note in the CEO report in the back that there could be an option around staffing, around setting aside some additional monies for staff. The board has asked me to do an assessment of where we're at on a variety of different things, and do we have the right people in the right seats on the bus relative to overall organizational performance, and adding new staff. And I think you'll all recall, I mentioned to you before that just being brand new, I've not had a tremendous amount of time to look at every position in the organization, but I'm doing so as quickly as I can. So I mentioned that briefly in the agenda memo, but why don't I just hand it to Laura and Cam, and they can probably give you a few extra specifics. Generally, this was around additional performance for the membership.
So I'll go ahead and jump in if Laura wouldn't mind me starting. So I think this is a large conversation that we have had. I have had with fiscal before. Covenants wouldn't be asking for something that we don't need. And I think our members expect a certain level of service, and that service comes at a cost, unfortunately. And I think most members that we communicate with on a daily basis want to see the value of their assessment. They want to see what they get for their assessment. And so having someone dedicated to the covenants department as an admin is really value added. We have 135 cluster associations that we, if you don't know, collect a certificate of insurance for every single year. We don't have a cluster directory, which is continually something that clusters talk about in terms of having that connection, having that information. Our members want that information. And unfortunately, we have, at least for the last 2 years, used the seasonal line item in our department to help facilitate doing some of the things that we need to get done. Data entry, we've had problems with our IT and doing those things in terms of updating our databases. It's not an automated thing. As I think Bob mentioned earlier, we're service oriented. We can't really necessarily automate every position that we have. And so we have to look at things, and having a dedicated role versus a seasonal role where there's always someone changing, which I think frustrates members and it decreases satisfaction, is really an important part that the board really needs to consider in looking at, this particular position and looking at it as far as what David said, or Dave Kerr said, in terms of a seasonal position and a seasonal role. We've been doing that for the last 2 years. And so we're kind of looking for onboarding that new role to be dedicated to increase the service in the covenants department.
Okay, Glenn, can we hear from Laura, and then I'll come to you.
Sure.
Laura.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. We were asked to take a look at pain points for the members, and one of those places is with customer service and the service provided with RecTrack specifically. This was a role that used to live with the IT department. This position, the duties of that have been assigned to multiple people. There's no oversight of this application to look at it holistically for the benefit of the members, to look for efficiencies across the board. And that's really what this position is doing, in addition to remedying individual issues that the customers have. I will share that I had a conversation with Mac and fully support his assessment and ability to put dollars where they should go. Very much stressing that this should be a part of that conversation, if I might add. So that's where it is. There's a need that's not being, there's something that's not being filled, and it is to help customers do business with us, not make it hard to do business with us.
Go ahead, Jen.
So I have a couple questions for Laura and then some for Cameron. Laura, so you're saying that the activities that this new role as a registrar would do are not being actually done today?
Correct.
Not being done at all?
Correct.
Okay.
Well,
Cameron?
I guess let me clarify a piece of that. I have a senior program manager that now is essentially in the IT department and not fulfilling his duties as part of the what's not being filled with the application here.
And this position is largely WebTrack, RecTrack. So is this more like an IT position, or is this more in your area?
If you think about the RecTrack application, it's a registration system. And so if you look at, maybe the best way to look at it is with other agencies, Loudoun County Parks, Fairfax County Parks, and others of that scope and size. They have a head registrar position that helps manage the application and reaches into the various departments, member services, the recreation-based areas to help manage the system and say, hey, there's a solution we found over here. It also benefits this department as well. So we need to train, it's for trainings and to help that service.
Right. And so this is a position we have not had before to help oversee this activity. Okay. So Cameron, how many positions do you have in your area? I'm counting 19. How many positions?
There are 19. There are 19 full-time employees in Covenants, including myself.
And how many of those are open positions right now?
There are currently 2 open positions.
Only 2. Okay. And so you, in terms of 19, you want to add a 20th position to your 19 positions?
Correct.
Okay. And where is this person exactly fitting in?
So it's an admin for the entire department. So there's a pretty detailed description of the duties that the role would have. But essentially, we are looking to try and fulfill a gap in terms of our service and especially single family homes. So there's one advisor that handles 4,000 properties for Reston Association.
Is that Trevor?
Correct.
Okay. So this person will report to Trevor?
No, this person would report directly to me or our outreach manager.
All right, I've heard enough. Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion? If not, are we ready to vote? Go ahead, Jennifer.
I just want to comment that we've added several positions to covenants. Not we as a board, but previous boards had several positions to covenants. It's like, how many more do we need to add before we get to the point where we're having the service levels that we need? That's the kind of analysis I would like to see before we start adding a position there. From the registrar's position, that to me is an IT technical position. It could do more, it could maybe help with WebTrack, and it could also help with other systems. And I think that kind of setup is kind of a one-time setup. That's not a 5 or 10 year type of setup. But I want to go back to Mac's comments. I don't think that our CEO is in a position to really be able to back his staff because he hasn't been here long enough. And I want to give him that opportunity to decide where positions are and not have us as board members saying, well, we gave you 2 last year and now you're coming to us and you're saying, but I need this or this or this. Like, I'd like us to get to a point where there is a plan and that time of assessment. And so I would be more in favor of take 6 months and come back to this board and say, this is what I need, and we will work to find the money then to add something that I'm
Okay,
just not sure we do.
I'm going to call the vote, folks. I have like an hour of meetings still left to cram in. Cam, did you have something really short you want to add?
Yeah, I just want to add one last thing. Every new development that becomes RA becomes something that we have to have an advisor for. So that's something to think about for the future planning for MAC as well.
Thank you. Okay, if we're ready to call a vote, folks, all in favor?
In favor of removing these 2 positions?
Jennifer's
Removing the
motion
position.
to remove the 2 positions.
Yes, I'm in favor of that.
Okay, 1, 2. Okay, 2 yeses. How many noes do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Any abstentions? Margaret, you said you would abstain. Yes, perfect. Okay, motion fails. Jennifer, next motion.
Motion to direct the fiscal committee to evaluate the staff vacancy rate currently in the draft budget and recommend a new number.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, looks like we don't have a second. Bob, you're seconding? Okay.
I
Bob's
have
the second.
an alternative motion.
Okay,
Instead of having fiscal do the analysis, it should be staff. They're in the best position to know.
so is that an
As
amendment?
volunteers, we don't have the time. We don't have the time to do so.
So Bob, you,
I'll second the amendment.
okay. Any dis-
I'm happy to withdraw if it makes it faster and go with their version.
Fantastic, thank you. Okay, Bob's made the motion, John seconded it. Others, any thoughts, any comments? If not, we can vote on it. Okay, how many in favor? 1, 2. Erwin is a yes, and
Abstain.
Lori?
Abstain.
Okay. So is that
Is
right? We
there-
have 8 yeses and 1 abstentions. No, anybody who's a no? No, I think that's it. Okay, Jennifer?
Can I just make one quick comment?
Sure.
I proposed a bunch of motions last year that earmark some funds in this year's budget. And I just have to say, I'm just really disappointed. I really felt like providing some of that money. those earmarked funds the staff would come back to us with proposals of what to do now that they learned whatever it is, like the tree shade study or the cameras at our facilities, or collecting email addresses of members. Like we put some funding, and it wasn't a ton, but we put some funding. And I was just really disappointed that I didn't really see anything in this budget that came of that.
Thank you, Jennifer. Mike, you have your hand up. You want to make a quick comment and I can get moving? Mac? Sorry, you have
your hand is
hand
up.
Your hand is
Yes.
up.
Sorry, as I heard you call for Mike, although I am a Mike.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure I'm clear on expectations. So as we look at that number, I understood the board want us to bring something back. There's a lot of ways to look at that. So there's historical averages of vacant FTEs, and then there's monetary, this is the budget number. And of course, those things are different depending on the types of positions that are vacant. So we will come back with something that identifies probably both of those on a historical average, and then some idea for you to what to do with it at that point.
You're talking about the previous motion that was.
The vacancy.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I deliver on the previous motion that passed 8-1. Okay.
Okay. Any other motions, Jennifer, for you from the budget standpoint? Okay. Mike, do you have anything else that you want our input on for the budget?
Yeah, I mean, a couple of things. I think the two topical areas that have come up in other conversations, notably some of the one-on-ones that I had with the board just when I first started, there have been discussions, and it did come up at fiscal as well, around the need to do some strategic planning as a board and set some highest priorities, particularly during next year, to feed into your biennial budget process. I don't see dedicated money set aside for that in the current budget, not in the way some of you have described in, again, purely anecdotal comments. You haven't had a board discussion on this. So if you're interested in that, I can give you a range. I threw out some numbers. Admittedly, I did not sharpen a pencil on that. I just wanted to make sure I made note of it so that you all, because some of you have asked for it. And so if we get to the middle of next year, that's something you may want money for.
Okay, directors, anybody want to take a stab at that or make a motion, or do we want to think about it and come back to the next draft? Yes, John?
Madam President, through you to Matt, can you come back to us before we adopt this in November and give us a placeholder?
Yes, I can certainly do that.
Thank you.
Are we all good with that? Yes, Glenn?
I would just say sharpen the pencil on that, Mac. Just it's a broad range what you provided before.
Yes, I am certain I can do it for cheaper than what was in the agenda memo.
Thank you. Okay. Are we good? Anything else you want from us? Okay, we can almost do this. We have 22 minutes to go through the rest of the agenda. Technically, we have the operating and capital budget, but we've kind of touched on that. Mac, is there anything? Are you comfortable? Do you have everything you need? We're good?
I believe we're okay. There was some suggestions around the CARF in the reporting. Just want to make sure everyone's okay with what you saw in our agenda memo there.
Okay. Directors, any thoughts? Okay, perfect. Move. Yes, John.
The PRAC made a recommendation on the capital budget to stretch it out regarding Golf Course Island. I'm happy to bring it up in November, but I just wanted everybody to know that was discussed at PRAC on both Golf Course Island and Ridge Heights. I'm happy to bring it up in light of the time. Happy to bring it up in November if you prefer.
John, can you work with Margaret and come with a official recommendation from PRAC, please?
We already do. We have it. It's in the PRAC minutes.
Okay, Margaret is our board liaison for PRAC. Margaret, will appreciate if you could work with John, please, on that. Thank you, folks. All righty, Jennifer, you had a motion for our new item I, which is the Elections Committee calendar.
Yes. Motion to approve the dates provided on the election calendar and direct staff in the Elections Committee to return to the board with an expanded communications plan, adding dates for all stakeholder groups by the December board meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
The second from Bob. Any discussion?
Does anyone need an explanation of why?
Larry, go ahead. Yes, Larry.
Yeah, I guess, Shalice is kind of running point for us, the elections committee right now. So I guess I would like some definition of all stakeholders, but I'm
Yeah.
not sure what that entails.
Yeah.
So on the communications plan, what I noticed is like one of the deadlines is that members can become paperless, sign up for paperless instead of getting a ballot. Ballot costs us a lot of money to mail, but there's no communication surrounding that. So how the members know to provide, like how do they provide it? How do they want to go paperless? Like we have no communications. It's just a blank
Jennifer, I can
placeholder.
answer that question for you if you like.
Go ahead.
And so regarding Go Paperless, we actually will send something within your annual assessment packet, a flyer that says you can go paperless. We also email that out in all of the communication that goes out on the RA News and different things like that, or anyone that is opted in for email communication through Reston Association. We also, again, we do flyer distribution and all of those different things on social media. Lets everyone know. I've also gone to the schools and left different things at the front office in the past that let parents know as they're picking up their children and different things like that, that we have an election coming up and you can actually opt into wireless. I also speak with the different liaisons in different communities like Island Walk and Cedar Ridge and different things like that, so that they can let their members know that they have that option and that they're also welcome to vote.
Thank you,
So
Shalice.
that's great, Shalice. I understand that, but the calendar actually has some communication dates then that are very specifically laid out. We're going to do this at this time, and then apparently others that are not. So which direction are we going to go? Like there's no social media posts attracting candidates. There's social media posts in there about attracting candidates, but there's no social media posts about reminding members to vote. So we either need a communications plan or we need to take it out of our elections calendar.
Thank you, Jennifer. Mike?
Yeah,
Shalice, can we just hear from Mike before we come back to you, please? Folks,
No,
I'd like to remind you to please wait to be recognized so we don't talk over each other. Go ahead, Mike.
No, the only thing I was going to say is, Jennifer, I'll work with Shalice on that so we can blow that communications plan out a little bit more. I also want to mention that Shalice's comment about the assessment packets and promoting electronic ballots. We're actually looking at doing an insert in the assessment packet that promotes not just electronic balloting, but really encouraging members to sign up for electronic everything. Ballots, assessment mailings, RA News, general marketing material, letting them subscribe and really encouraging members to go back into their member suite account, update their email address if they haven't done so in a while. And if you don't already have a member suite account, sign up and create one and provide your email address because of the substantial savings to the association by reducing mailing costs. So we're going to be much more visible in the assessment packet to do that this year.
Thank you, Mike. Folks, if there's no other discussion, can we vote on this, please? Okay, all in favor? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4 yeses. Okay, noes? Any noes? Okay, any abstentions? I'm assuming everyone else is an abstention.
Abstention.
Okay, thank you, Glenn. Okay, Jennifer, do you have anything else for this agenda item or is that it? Okay, perfect. Moving on, I am going to choose to skip the DEI training because that's me and Tony and it's not urgent and we don't need to do it today. We can move it to November. Tony, are you okay with me doing that?
Just so long as you move to defer it.
Okay, I will. Okay, second, all in favor? Okay, that is unanimous. Thank you so much, folks. we've got the PrAC work plan. Margaret, do we have any comments on it? Directors, any questions? If not, we can vote to approve that as well. Margaret, do you want to share any quick comments on the draft work plan?
So just, it did come along and, I apologize. I just had something pulled up that has now disappeared. It is, I believe, what John was referring to, but this is where we were waiting to discuss it. But I apologize because it just dropped out. Laura, do you have that at your fingertips? Just the recommendation by PrAC?
No, this is the work plan. Not the recommendation on capital budget. This is our work plan at PrAC that the board needs to approve.
Okay.
Any thoughts? Any thoughts on the work plan, Margaret, from PrAC? No. Directors, any questions for Laura or Margaret on the work plan?
Need a motion to approve? So move.
Thank you. Is there a second for John's motion? Margaret will second. Perfect.
Point of clarification,
Yes, Tony.
accepting the work plan or approving the work plan? Because there was a distinction that we drew before under Jennifer's observation that if you approve the work plan, you're in essence approving the work that's contained in there. If you're accepting, you're just authorizing them to move forward.
John?
I'll change it to accept.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Yes, Jennifer.
Just make an observation on the work plan from a fiscal liaison perspective. It says that they're going to look at the next 5 years of capital projects. And the fiscal committee has really advised that you can't look at the next 2 years. Like, you got to start looking 5 years to 10 years out in order to start lining these up. And so I'm leery to assign them to work on the next 5 years because we need to be looking farther out than that in my opinion, and from a fiscal perspective, fiscal committee perspective.
Small steps, Madam Director, small steps.
Okay. Any other directors, any other thoughts or comments on this? If not, are we ready to vote? Go ahead, Bob.
I was just going to make an appeal in place of Chris Shoemaker that once you get out beyond 5 years, the numbers get really, really soft. So 5 year, if we could get out to 5 years, as Director Farrell has pointed out, small steps, we'd be in great shape.
Perfect. Okay, are we ready to call a vote? Go ahead, Jennifer.
And Bob, from the fiscal perspective, they look at the numbers. The PrAC committee needs to start lining up, like what do members want in these facilities, so that by the time we can make numbers that fiscal can look at, it's within that 5 year time frame.
Right.
I
Thank
think
you,
that's
Jennifer.
what fiscal committee meant.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. Any other directors? If not, I'm ready to call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, like everyone. Jennifer, are you a no or an abstention?
I'm a no.
You're a no. Okay, so that's 8 yeses and 1 no. Did I miss anyone? No. Okay, perfect. Moving on. We've got treasurer's report and land use. Both of those were videos. I trust that all of my directors have actually watched those videos. So any questions for Bob on the treasurer's report? Thank you, Bob, once again for doing the lovely videos. Any comments, any thoughts? Okay, moving on. Land use update. Any thoughts, any comments? If not, we have the special meeting where we go ahead, Jennifer.
I have a comment in general about land use. It's an issue that this board hasn't, outside of the comprehensive plan, really done a lot with. There's a lot that is coming down the pike in Reston. There's a lot coming down the pike with the site plan amendment process that ran this month. It is really, really something I urge this board to pay attention to. And I would love to partner with someone to maybe create a suggestion of an action plan or something to look at, or a discussion that we need to have at a future meeting related to land use issues. We did hear from a lot of members tonight about looking towards Fairfax County, and the land use area is definitely a way that we can advocate at our members from a Fairfax County perspective.
Okay, in the interest of time, I'm going to suggest we add that to a future land use item, Larry, for November in the back. If you want to make land use a discussion action, that would be great. Is that, Larry, you're looking?
Well, yeah,
You're in the headline.
I'm trying to think how to frame that. I mean, I think if that's something Jennifer wants to bring up,
Just-
with Buck,
Just in the agenda, if we just change it to discussion/action.
Could I
Can you-
also
yeah.
suggest, Madam President, to
Bob
the-
had his hand up, John.
Oh,
so
I'm
let-
sorry.
Come back to you.
I'll
Yes,
take
Bob.
your time.
I was just going to mention it may be an appropriate time to stand up the land use committee that became dormant over the last probably year and a half.
I think we just need to have a bigger discussion to take action, and I'm not prepared to do that tonight. So are we okay to move this to November? Go ahead, John.
I'm thinking that maybe we want to take this up at BGC. And then have BGC come forward with a recommendation to the full board. And that gives us an opportunity to air it out.
How do the other directors feel? Would we like to have this conversation at the board level with all of us, or do we want BGC to do some preliminary work and then come back to us?
I'm in favor of board level.
Okay. Mike, Lori, Margaret, any thoughts? Board? BGC, board? Okay. Mike, board or BGC?
I have no opinion.
Okay. Margaret?
I'm comfortable with board level.
Okay, perfect. We'll keep it at the board level in November. Thank you so much, folks. All righty, so the other item that we have that might involve a little lengthy discussion is what Director Farrell brought up. I have a motion, and if I could just go through my motion, get a second before you substitute my motion, and then I will explain why, and then you can substitute if you still choose to do so. So the motion I have is move to direct the CEO to direct staff to promulgate the following in Cluster Connect newsletter. And the text that we're sending with it with a call to action is Reston Association is aware of the concerns related to the reduction in trash collection and recycling services some cluster associations may be experiencing. Most HOAs in Fairfax County are experiencing a decrease in service from private haulers with little or no change in pricing. The Fairfax County Board of Supervisors is also looking into this matter and has directed county staff to update the board on efforts to address complaints about missed, late pickups. The county is also exploring language that could allow them to move to a different system of solid waste collection if changes are approved by the General Assembly. If the reduction in trash collection and recycling services is an issue impacting your cluster association, the RA Board of Directors would like to hear from you. Please send your comments to boardofdirectors@reston.org by November 30th. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you for all multiple seconds.
Mhm.
I know it's a lengthy read, but this language is actually I shared it with you before. And Don, before you make your substitute motion, the only reason why I would prefer to stay with this is we did have a little bit of a chat with staff about the meet and greet in December. And that one is a regular meet and greet, which includes everything from maintenance to landscape to painters. And ideally, I would love to do one for this, depending on what response we get back from the clusters, one that is dedicated specifically to trash. And we are happy to call that. Mac, if you want to share a little bit about that, and then we can go into how you want to vote.
Well, sure. I think as I understood the discussion at Bach, the board was interested in understanding or make a decision, I'll say, within a spectrum. There's a wide range of spectrum on where this could go. So the idea of tonight's meeting was to funnel that down to give us some direction about whether you want to be on the, start with some just preliminary outreach or do nothing, all the way to something very, very aggressive. So what board president is suggesting is starting with some outreach that can be easily implemented, and then moving further down that spectrum of utilizing more staff resources. We could certainly look, if it was the direction of the board, at trying to reach the clusters. this idea of using a cluster meet and greet kind of circulated a little bit. That certainly could be an option. Obviously, there's staff implications from that. The one that got thrown out for December, that's a meeting that's already been scheduled that was intended to work with our leadership on things like, if you don't have a management company, that's something you should be thinking about doing rather than self-managing. If you're having trouble getting landscapers and hearing from everyone, here are some, let us help you, because they don't have access to professional staff in the way this board does. So that was the intent, for us to try to be proactive with the clusters. Our initial assessment would be that adding trash to that might create for a very large agenda for that particular meeting.
Okay, John, go for it.
Thank you. Well, that was information I would have liked to have had a little earlier. So I get it, and that's fine. I had a substitute motion that was going to suggest that trash be discussed at the December 5th meeting. Trash haulers are a vendor. I think it's going to come up whether we want it to or not. If the commitment from staff is in first quarter, we're going to have a meet and greet for cluster leadership exclusively on staff, I'm happy and I can live with that. And I don't need a substitute motion, except for this. It's not just reduction of service. It is an enormous increase in fees. And so I would like the motion to add in language that also talks about decrease in service and increases in fees. I mean, in my cluster, our fees have gone up a third in 1 year. And that's our second biggest expense. And so it's not just the cut in service, it's the increase in fees. I can read the one I wrote and
so if you're suggesting just the change after decrease in service and increase in fees from private haulers, and I will remove the with little or no change in pricing. You okay with that?
And that's in a couple of places in the alert. If you're okay adding that, then I don't need a substitute motion.
That's the only place that I have it.
There's another place. If the reduction in trash collection or the increase in fees is impacting your cluster, it's in the last paragraph. So it's in the beginning, first paragraph, it's in the last paragraph. If you can put that in, I can live with it.
Okay, if the reduction in trash collection
or the increase in fees.
Increase in fees.
Got it. Okay.
That I'm fine with that, but I'm just want to nail down this commitment that we're going to have a cluster leadership meeting first quarter to talk about it. Is that going to be a problem, Mac?
After we hear back from this, so this will step one, this will be a dedicated Cluster Connect going out, right? Cam, we're not waiting for your scheduled one because the scheduled Cluster Connect is in Jan. Am I right? Can one of you confirm, Mike, Leonie, or Cam, when is your next Cluster Connect?
Our last one just went out this past Tuesday. So if you all direct Mac to direct staff, we are happy to get it done.
Correct. So we're directing Mac to direct staff to do this as a first step.
So this would be a special Cluster Connect.
Correct.
Thank you, ma'am. You're doing great. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
2 minutes to wrap up the meeting. Are we good?
I'm good. And maybe we could have worked this out ahead of time. Sorry.
Perfect. No worries. Okay. Are we good to call a vote on this? Go ahead, Jennifer.
I just want to make clear that this is a first step and that we have single family houses that are just as affected as the clusters. And this is great first step that we're reaching out to clusters, but at some point, I'm assuming Mac's going to come back with something for the whole, this affects the whole membership.
Okay.
Agreed.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. How many opposed? Looks like Glenn, you're opposed. You're a no. Okay. Perfect. So we have 8 yeses and 1 no. Okay. We have one last item, which is the board member project updates, and we've been pushing this off too many times. So I think we can do this really quickly. Lori has a motion.
Yeah, I think this should be really quick because you know that we've already considered and accepted the report that came out of the Environmental Action Committee on climate change. And so this is just putting together a wording on a resolution that commit some of those things to action themselves. The report is lengthy. The resolution is more to the point. And so I would like to have that approved by the board.
So you're moving.
I'm moving that the resolution be approved by the board.
Okay, I'll second. Any discussion, any questions? Go ahead, Jennifer.
I am concerned about the resolution. I think it's great that this is an aspirational thing. But I think I'm concerned mostly because the resolution is a legal document that has lasting effects. So.
Hey, Jennifer, I'm going to interrupt you right now. Tony, I know what you're going to say. Need a motion to extend the meeting.
Motion to extend the meeting
Second.
to 10:45.
Okay, everyone in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, 7 ayes, 2 nays. Urban, are you a nay or an abstention?
I'm an aye.
You're an aye, so it's 8 yeses and 1 no. Okay. Go ahead, Jennifer, continue.
Okay. So what my concern, sorry, my train of thought was lost. So I believe that these are good.
Sorry, Jennifer, 1 second. Tony, you still
Okay.
have your hand up. Is it procedure? Tony? Council? Okay, I
You're
guess.
muted. Tony is muted. I don't know if he's trying to say anything.
Tony, you flashed back and forth.
There were 3 versions of the resolution submitted, but there was no specificity as to which one you would approve.
Laura, you're going with Tony's. What version are you going with?
I believe the hybrid one, the last one that appeared in the packet.
Tony, the version that you included EAC's edits. How do you want us to refer to that?
If they are not labeled if you just print out the board packet, you don't see a label at the top that differentiates them. So can we just say the last one in the board packet?
Tony, are you comfortable with that? I'm assuming he is. Well, this is the version that incorporates EAC's.
It
edits.
does.
Okay, he
Yes.
says thumbs up. Perfect. We're good to go.
He gave us a thumbs up.
Yeah.
Got it.
Okay, go ahead, Jennifer, finish up, please.
Okay, so I think that this resolution has lasting effects, and I'm concerned about the future money that the implications of a resolution might have on our budget, because it has language in there about prioritizing restoration, maintenance of lakes and streams and meadows, and every effort at reducing our contribution to climate change. Like, how much is that going to cost us? What does that look like? And we don't have a director of environment right now to probably lean on to help us figure that out. So where does the rubber meet the road? Does it have implications to members? Like, if, is the covenants committee or the legal committee going to use a document like that if they don't believe the member has adequate ground cover, which it says that members, should have? Is there an action that covenants or legal could take because we're adding a resolution like this? And then my third point was DRB. DRB has a piece of this, and although they're separate, I would have liked to see DRB make comments about how they might use this document in the work that they do. Thank you.
Okay, any other directors, any other comments?
I can respond.
Lori Dodd on that.
Yeah, I'd like to respond because, this is largely an aspirational document, and there are phrases in here. This is within available budget, staff time, and operational or regulatory constraints. So I don't know that there's anything in this resolution that binds us irrevocably to any certain position. It does, however, make us state that we are considering the climate effects, the environmental effects of every action that we take. And that is decision that we have all made. It's why we're hiring an environmental director. And so I would advocate that we pass this resolution.
Okay, if there's no other discussion, can we vote on it? Okay, all in favor? 2, 3, 4. Okay. And Jennifer, are you a no or you're a no? Okay. Is that
And
right?
Can I just
have 8.
respond to a comment I'm seeing that I do not believe there's anything in this resolution that binds any individual RA member to any particular course of action.
Okay. So we've got 8 yeses and 1 no. Am I right? Everyone good with that? Okay.
I'm
And
not
we
sure that we know that for sure, though, Lori.
Okay, Jennifer,
that
we're
was my
moving on.
point.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to the next motion. Erwin, do you want to talk a little bit about what you have? And everyone's seen, this is just Erwin and Tony bringing their work product to us to give us an update of where they are right now. It's not complete. We're not looking for a motion. This is simply, they've been working really hard on this and they're sharing where they're at right now. Is that right, Erwin?
That is correct. We're not looking for any vote on this. In fact, we think it's much too premature for any votes on this. We have a long way to go, and we cannot say that what we have here is definitive in terms of, for instance, the preamble style that we have adopted, which is consistent in the first 15 that we have here. We don't know what we will find when we complete the work, and it may be altered, although I don't think it will be. It's possible. We did not include the language that was in the resolution dealing with the evaluation of the director, because it seemed to us that that is likely to change, and there was no point to trying to modify that or bring it up to speed in terms of consistency. That will change, and I'm sure that the BGC will be turning to that together with the new CEO. We have attempted to, this is limited in its scope in that it attempts to clean up minor kinds of difficulties in language and also to have consistency throughout the documents, and that's what we have. We have been working on some others. We have another 10 in line that are pretty much complete, but they did not get finished in time to put in to this group, so it'll probably be with the next group that we submit. And we will add others as we move forward. If you've had a chance to look at it, you will see that the preamble is consistent throughout for the basic authorizations, and it needs to be there because each resolution is separate. And so it sets out what is the authorization and the basis for undertaking these resolutions.
Yes, John.
Quickly to share with council and with Mr. Flashman, just one thought brought here. The whereas clauses are non-operative. The courts of Virginia don't pay attention to them. And so it doesn't add anything. And what it does do when we get into long extended whereas clauses, it takes the meat of the resolution and makes it harder for the membership to find. So as you're going through this process, I would really encourage you to the maximum extent possible to keep the whereas clauses to a minimum so that members can find the language in the resolution more quickly. And I don't need to get into a debate here. I just want the point to be made on the record so that you all have the benefit of it. And thank you for your indulgence, Madam President.
Thank you, John. So Director Farrell is suggesting that you consider minimizing the whereas clauses. Okay, I think if there are any other directors who have any comments on this topic, if not, I'm going to wrap it up. We don't need a vote. Jennifer, do you need to absolutely state something?
I want to provide some feedback like John just did.
Okay,
on the overall project.
Go ahead.
First, I just wanted to say thank you guys for your efforts. You can tell the amount of time and effort you guys have put into it, and I think that it's a good you're making good pace. Even I was surprised at how many you guys have done already. I would concur with John's recommendation. Any effort you can make to reduce and make it succinct and tight, we much appreciate it from someone who looks at these resolutions all the time. And I would love to see you guys make maybe some suggestions for resolutions that might be able to be combined as you go through them, or ones that maybe we still don't need. Like I was looking at that records retention. I was like, why is that at a board level? Maybe that's a staff policy type resolution or type document. And just wanted to show, the support maybe of all of us in that, if there are questions that you have while you're going through, I know there's sometimes conflicting language, that maybe even as you're going through and bringing us updates, you could bring us, hey, there's these two resolutions that have conflicting update or conflicting language. What direction would you as a board want us to write towards? Maybe that would help get them approved in the end if we could make some decisions along the way. Thank you.
Erwin, again, that was just a suggestion. Your call, Tony's call, how you guys want to bring it back. I know initially you were not even supposed to bring it back, and thank you for indulging me and actually bringing it back to the board. We're very grateful for the work. Any other thoughts or comments on this? Erwin, you have any last comments? Are you good with?
No, I'm fine.
Perfect. Okay, moving on. New business. Do we have any new business tonight? Shocking. No. Okay. Let me look to our councils here. Nothing? Stand adjourned?
And adjourned.
Okay, thank you so much, folks. I just want to be clear, Sarah is not staying for another meeting past 9:30. This was one which was great. We had lots of discussion and lots of important stuff. Mac, you and your staff have everything you need? And you're good?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you, folks, for staying so long. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.